Grumm TV welcomes you to this broadcast of the Dork Side Pokemon League.
Hello. Hi. I don't have it. Wait. There we go. I am Grumm. Hello. I am Grumm. Here with your lovely week 4 of the DSPL. Let me put that mic off camera so you can't hear me. All right. I guess it looks better. But yeah, I am Grumm. Glad to have you. Glad for y'all to be here. We have a good week of games. Why do I oh, that's why I sound quiet, because I'm listening to that microphone that's farther away, because I'm anyways, we got what do I say, we got 5 games. We've got breaking news. We have breaking news today. I just need to add this thing because it didn't save that to the source, or I used a different source, or it's on a different source. Just one moment. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine at all. There it is. All right. Yes. All right. Hey, Sandy's here. Hello, Sandy. Sandy.
Hello.
See, look, I got you. It's so big, it's on my face.
Today's color is purple because you looking fly, boy, in that purple shirt.
Thank you. I need this. Nope. I need this to lock. I need that to be just lock it in. All right, there we go. Because I need this here. I need this to be. You're gonna be over here, Sandy. I'm gonna put you in this top corner here. Maybe not.
Sweet.
Hold on. Apparently, I don't know where'd it go. Wait. Fuck. Where'd it go? Undo. Go back. Go do. Oh no. I see. This is. It didn't. I got it. Okay. All right. Well, I hope everybody's doing good. Let me put some Burt Firkins on while we get some stuff. There we go. Some Burt Firkins going. Sandy, how you doing, bud?
I am doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Is that going to play the music? Yes. Perfect. Good. Okay. I'm doing good. I saw Hosier on Friday with Katie, my lovely lady. She got us some tickets a couple months ago, and we went. It was a good time. I'm not a concert goer by trade. I'm not the biggest fan of. I really shouldn't say I'm not the biggest fan, but I like to. Where are we? Right there. Okay. There we go. No! Did it? Wait, hold on. Is it because... Aha! There we go. Okay. All right. So what I need... Yeah. I did it. Okay. All right. So we got to fix it. I got to fix it so that it goes on a button. That's what I need to do. But hey, we got it going. We got it good. Sandy, if I hit it, will it do it? There we go. Sandy, the color commentator for the DSPL, my pal. The color today is purple because of my nice purple shirt. It's Black Panther. But yeah,
nice.
It's a nice, comfortable shirt from Roosevelt. It's Kunu Flex. What? Oh no, it is a Roosevelt. Okay, I just think that's the brand of the shirt. You got a little bit. See, Roosevelt's little QR code there apparently, which is actually pretty neat if you ask me. They got a QR code on their actual thing. Hello, Oren. Didek's in the chat. Didek's also in the Discord. Hello, Didek.
Hey, Grumm, how's it going?
It's going pretty good with the DSPL gang. There we go. Links below. Fuck it. I'm putting the links in the tweet.
There you go.
You can't stop me. And I'm putting both links. I can't be stopped.
He can't stop you until he paywalls it.
That is true. That is very true. And then when he paywalls it, I don't know what I'm doing. I had this discussion with some people that the like they're like, oh, like, are you coming? Like, would you like a Blue Sky invite? I'm like, sure. I don't know if I'm going. I don't know if I'm gonna be on it, just because I don't know where the hell else I'm gonna get the kind of content I get. Like the corporate executive like talking about how an employee of his like saved his life on 9/11 by like just being late, and how he was very appreciative of that. And then he goes, I fired her a couple of years ago. It was very awkward. Like, my guy. like what? like, what? The lack of unawareness on people is some of my favorite stuff. We have 5 games to watch. Let's see who wins and who loses. Spoiler alert. The Grummunity always wins. There we go. There we go. Look at that. And then I hit enter, and then everybody gets tagged in Discord. Also, I just realized that I probably should just make the Grumm.tv voice channel chat the Patreon one. So I've ended up doing that. Which it was a long time coming. AKA, I just didn't feel. I stopped feeling like making threads. Got lazy. I was like, do I really need to keep doing this? I don't think I need to. Stream chat here. There we go. Awesome. But yeah, so we've got tons of games today. 5 games. We've got a week 3 makeup between the Pig's Eye and the Cambridge Clodsires. Then we've got Colorado and Aussie kicking us off our week 4 matches. We've also got Corpus Christi Crowbats taking on the Minnesota Duos. We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the British Bangers, and then our premium matchup we have Long Island and San Antonio. We've got ourselves a nice little schedule here. Let's take a look here at it. I need to really just fix this. So we've got week 4 here. I still haven't fixed this yet. Week 4. Here's our schedule. We've got this postponed. We actually have news about Boston and Birmingham that is not fun to report, but will be reported nonetheless. But before that, I do want to talk about how there's been a lack of videos on my end. And Sandy's the color commentator. That's right.
Yes.
You know what I need to do, Sandy? I need to like make it so that is your your face, your Discord logo, or just any logo you want it to be.
Okay.
And then this way, it'll be like the ball commissioner, and then like Sandy color commentator logo. Maybe we'll get together and figure that out.
What you should do is set it up like those VTubers that it lights up when they talk.
I really should. Maybe season 2. Maybe season 2 of the Dork Side. We get I get the code and everything to get Sandy a avatar for color commentating. We get Sandy's. Maybe we'll talk to Megan to get a Sandy art, but with a headset.
I was gonna say my current one was actually done by Megan.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying like just go right back support our pal Megan Zor. I don't have the bot up. Hold on. I need to turn the bot on. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if the bot's up. I might have to log in and do stuff. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah. So Megan Zor on all the socials. I believe Megan Zor Art on Instagram. Yeah, so we get like a little VTube on the game, and then we go to like, hey Sandy, like, and then we did it again. Why does it do that? have like a Sandy like somewhere in this vicinity with me, I think that would be pretty cool. That's a good idea, Didact. I'm gonna write that down, and then we'll credit Didact. But yeah, we've got 5 games. We've got the Pig's Eye and Cambridge from last week to make up, and then we've got 4 from this week. We do have some news. Before we do that, we did have a transaction this week. The British Bangers, they dropped Bombardier, their third round pick, and picked up Spite Ops after Spite Ops is
badass traps.
Didact cover earmuffs. Didact after Spite Ops completely ruined everything that Pig's Eye wanted to do simply by existing with hazards. Okay, unearmuffs there, Didact. So Spite Ops is now on the British Bangers. They actually, that's like, I don't think that's a bad pickup for them because they did not really have hazards. They had Stealth Rock on like a couple Pokemon. I think Quagsire gets spikes, but I mean, you just rather have other moves on Quagsire. So whether they bring Spite Ops or not in the future will be seen in the future. I can tell you right now, they did not bring Spite Ops for this matchup. So I'm going to take a look here at the free agents right now in the waiver wire, because this is about to get this will be important in a little bit. I actually want to do this, right? Can I? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I want this. All right. So you're not going to be able to see it underneath me, but it goes Boston, Minnesota, British, Aussie, Colorado, Corpus Christi, Long Island, Pig's Eye, Cambridge, Birmingham, Arizona, and San Antonio. That is the waiver wire. Basically, if the teams want to be sneaky and pick up some people and try to get in before they're free agents, which I really should put them all on waivers real quick. The teams can either put them in their team offices or send me a DM saying like, hey, like I'd like to drop this person to pick up that person. And then it'll go in order of the waiver wire. So like, for example, if Minnesota and Colorado put in for low kicks, right? Minnesota will get low kicks, but like it'll go back around. So Minnesota puts in for low kicks and Metacham, and Colorado puts in for low kicks, but Birmingham puts in for Metacham. Birmingham will get Metacham, not Minnesota. So it cycles through. And then when you use it, you go to the end of the order. So that's how that works. If anybody was wondering, let's take a look at the stats going into week number 4. They're a little bit all over the place because some teams have not played 3 games. So it will look at more like a on average to kind of consider like who wins or who leads the knockout if it comes down to that. But like Lycanroc Dusk, you can see is leading the league in knockouts, followed by Roaring Moon, King Gambit at 3, Sneasler after a big week last week, getting 3 knockouts. So they're 5th, or I should say they're 4th with 5. Garganical had 3 last week. It looks pretty good. Tornadus Therian for Colorado consistently getting knockouts. Then Gyarados, Kilowattrel, Clawitzer, Slowbo, Galar in 1 game, getting 3. Slacking, Landorus, Therian, Jolteon, and Volcarona all have 3 as well. And that takes us to about 10th. Maybe I should put like numbers on this side, but it gets a little confusing. So let's see, status leaders. Clodsire is leading the league in statuses. Remember, that is your standard poison, paralyze, sleep, burn, frozen statuses, but also includes confusion. It includes infatuation. I think that's all the ones, right? Yeah, infatuation. So Clodsire's first. Galade's got Galade and Tauros, or Blaze, Paldean, Tauros have 3 apiece. Gyarados, Toxapex, Torkoal each have 2, and then Amoonguss, Mismagius, and Cresselia all having 1 as well. And I think Clodsires also lead the league in hazards. Yep, yeah, 6 hazards. Toxapex having 4, Primeape having 3, Samurai, Hisui and Samurai also having 3, Torkoal, Lando, Iron Treads, and Ting-Lu having 2, and then Annihilate and Bronzong having 1 apiece. And I think we only have like 2 of these, right? Yeah, Torkoal and Cresselia each have a field assist. Saltcure not included on status. It is not included. It does not. It does not. It's not considered either a non-volatile or volatile status. Actually, I think it might be, but I don't know. I don't think so. I'd have to look at it, but I'm not including like, because then I'd have to include like Leech Seed and Wrap and Bind and Infestation and Magma Storm, and you know, it gets a lot. It gets a lot. It becomes more and more niche, you know. So I'm saving myself the hassle there. So that's that. Now, we do have news, and I meant to make a post about it in the GM's office before. Do that so it doesn't bog down the stream. So we have had a couple of forfeitures early in the season, and part of that is because some general managers are just a little bit busy, but haven't really been in communication with them. So we are going to go forward with having interim general managers be named, should they want, or should they be able to come back and play and be not overwhelmed by real life, and then have to come in and find time to do all this stuff. We're going to introduce interim general managers, people who wanted to be in on the league and missed out by like a day or two. So the Birmingham Bouffalints general manager Squidge is going to have a new interim general manager in the name of Cornman. Cornman from the CPF chat expressed some interest in being in the league for next season, and I said, Cornman, might have an opportunity for you this season. So Cornman will take over the Birmingham Bouffalints, who currently sit in 11th place. The Birmingham Bouffalints do have some solid Pokemon. They have Ursaluna, they have Chi-Yu, they have Amoonguss, they have Poltegeist, Aqua, Paldean, and Tauros. I mean, we see how impactful the Blaze variation or form is. So we're going to, maybe see a little bit from the Aqua Paldean, and Tauros. But Corman will take over the Birmingham Bouffalints. They'll just stay the same team. We're not giving the team to Corn in the sense of like renaming the team, all that stuff. But Corn will take over as the interim general manager of the Birmingham Bouffalints, and I was about to say Boston, because the Boston Bronzors, Durs' team. Durs has been just like Squidge, unable to just be in contact and set up games and whatnot. So the Boston Bronzors and the Birmingham Bouffalints games this week are going to end in forfeit, as well as their week 3 ones. So they're both going to move to 0-4, each taking a 3-0 loss to their opponents. So Boston played Aussie last week. Aussie will get a 3-0 victory, and Birmingham played San Antonio. San Antonio will get a 3-0 victory. So San Antonio going to this week will be 3-0. Aussie being 2-1. But I'm not adding any of the things, just because by the end of the stream I'll just do it all there. And then this week, the Cambridge Clodsires will get a 3-0 victory over over Birmingham. So we'll see whether or not their matchup with Didac, that's a makeup for last week, gets them to 4-0 or 3-1, and Pig's Eye can get to say that we're the one in 3-1. And speaking of the Pig's Eye, they actually faced Boston, or they were scheduled to face Boston this week, and due to this forfeiture, they're going to be getting a win this week, 3-0. So at the very least, they are 2-1. However, they're pending a result, and they could be 3-1 along with Clodsires, because if they beat Clodsires, the Clodsires will be 3-1 as well. So going forward, starting next week. I don't think I said Boston's general manager. General manager Hobb is after a scintillating performance against the Pig's Eye Pig Knight. He has been promoted. He's been grabbed from the second league. I don't know what we're calling that, but has been gobbled up and got named the interim general manager of the Boston Bronzors. So the Birmingham Booflins will now be manned by the Man of Corn, and General Manager Hobb will be the interim general manager of the Boston Bronzors. DSPL 2. So looking forward to seeing those two coming in. I think Boston has some things. They need a little bit more work. They got the most cap in the league. They have 16 points to work with. And Birmingham has an oddly constructed team, but they do have some strong Pokemon, and they have some just in general like solid play there. Need to save 2 for emergency. That's true. So that will be next week. Their first games will be next week. They're not taking over this week. They are. It didn't feel right to give Squidge and Durs the extensions, the time, the deadlines, and then be like, oh, you're not playing this game though. So gave them the opportunity, but unfortunately they were not able to make it. So they used up their extensions. They've reached 3 forfeits. So that'll be the way it goes going forward for the league. You get 3 forfeits in a single season. You're gonna have an interim general manager because it's not fun for everybody. I know Didac was excited for getting another match, 2 matches in 1 week. I know that Pat was trying to get another game in as well. Burger the week before, Aussie Marcus the week before. It knocks people out of rhythm. So it's hard. So we are going to make an adjustment there. So with that said, I think that we welcome in Hobb and Cornman next week. Week 5 will be their official starts to their DSPL careers. And obviously if they win and whatnot, that goes towards the wins for Birmingham and Boston, who could really use some win. They're both going to be 0-4. Both of them are going to have double digits difference. So it's going to be a tall task. To come back from. There's a lot of good teams, a lot of hungry teams. So I think teams like Cambridge, like Pig's Eye, teams who got the forfeit wins might have gotten wins that might not be there later in the season. So it'll be interesting to see how that comes out. But if it comes down to strength of schedule, or strength of opponent, it is going to hurt them getting the forfeits, because the way that works is you get the strength of your opponent is based off of the tier level of the Pokemon that they brought against you that week. And if there was no match and it went 0, goes 0, then that hurts. Because somebody else might have, it's 100. I think it comes down to like. Actually, I should look. Let me look on my special page, my special one. It comes down to combined totals. So you're looking at a 0 when somebody else has a 90, which obviously is not ideal. So,
welcome in, new interim GMs.
Yes, welcome in. Thank you. Beautiful round of applause. My nose itches. Oh, would you look at that? Of course. Connect. Yeah, connect. Alright. This is silly. Why is it? I want that one. That's the one I want. The thing I hate about the bot is sometimes I forget to log in for a while, and then it asks me to authenticate, which I get stupid about. All right. Yes, authorized. Thank you. Windows down. Repeat. Alright, connect. Alright, the chatbot should be... There we go. Yeah, the chat's working. Chatbot's working. Wait. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, welcome. Alright. How about it? Are we all ready for some DSPL action? We'll start with our week 3 game. Alright? We're going to start with our week 3 game of the Cambridge Clodsires taking on the Pig's Eye Pig Knight. I need the right... There we go. I knew it. All right. Whoop. Don't give it away. Don't give it away yet. We've got a good team here. The home team. We'll start with the home team. We've got Annihilate, Hisuian Zoroark, the Sableye, the Gengar, Palisand, and the Hoopa Unbound. So we'll take a look at it, but that's what we're looking at on the surface level. We've got a bulky, really bulky, especially okay. So bulk up, taunt, drain punch, rage fist, defiant leftovers. Okay. The speed is what it is. 220. That'll put it in some spots. But maxing out the special defense and the HP as well. You got to think that is for there are some special attackers on Cambridge. Regieleki, Dragapult being the big one. We'll look at Dragapult here. Dragapult, Burr, Honk. I love the names. Burr, Dragapult, go Burr. Great Tusk, go Honk. Regieleki, go Bzz. Mabostiff coming off of the bench, going Arf. Clawitzer goes Crab Noise, although it's technically a pistol shrimp, so it's not a crab, it's a pistol shrimp.
Should just go Bang.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's got a gun. It is a gun. The whole Pokemon is a gun. We're talking about the Slowbro having a gun. This Pokemon is a gun. And then the Rabska go Bzz. So let's go back. So there's good investment here. A lot of special attacker here, special attacker. So I mean, it might not be able to take assault vest. All right, so we'll get in that in a little bit. So let's see. We've got the Annihilate. We've got Zoroark, Hisuian Zoroark with a Choice Scarf, and I believe that outspeeds the Dragapult. The Dragapult in battle, because it gets a 50% boost, so that'll put it at about 423. So that's pretty good. And then you got to think the math. They did the math. Now I know this because Didac told me this. That Didac was practicing. He was practicing out there in the wild. That is Pokemon Showdown, Ubers. Because he has Annihilate, and Annihilate is an Uber. Practicing, yes. Didac was practicing. And I was told that this very scenario of Zoroark, Hisuian Zoroark outsped and took down the Dragapult. Thought this was fun. I thought this was so fun. From what I heard, it was very fun. But that Assault Vest is... Let's hope that Assault Vest doesn't matter. Then Hopkinsville, the Sableye. This definitely looks like a shutdown of a Clodsire, but we didn't see Clodsire there. Foul Play, Recover, Taunt, Will-O-Wisp with Wide Lens for some extra Will-O-Wisp accuracy. Some people don't have fun losing like you do, John. Damn. We got Gengar with an air balloon to take, to provide a little bit of ground immunity. But it will stink if it doesn't have if it has the air balloon, and Clodsires do get toxic spikes up. But that's the trade. You bring the Sableye because that's what you want. But toxic spikes of their own, Shadow Ball, Psychic, and Destiny Bond. Interesting. Destiny Bond. All right. Special, what's this? It is, Timid. Timid nature, so it's maxed out speed, max attack, special attack, fast, it's going to hurt. So excited to see that. I like the air balloon tech. Palisand with a Colbur Berry. That's pretty good because this defense is pretty high. HP is pretty high. Stealth Rocks, Shore Up, Earth Power, and Sludge Bomb. Good call. Good calls there. That Sludge Bomb. What?
It's not a Pokemon.
That is a Pokemon. It's Palisand. It's a Palisand.
Nah, it's just a sandcastle.
But it's a haunted sandcastle. It's a sandcastle.
Like houses and castles and places are haunted. Doesn't make it Pokemon.
Correct, but this is a Pokemon because this Pokemon is like the soul of people trapped on the beach, and then it just takes people off the beach and drowns them in the sand. I don't know if you can. Can you drown in the sand? I don't think you can drown in the sand, right? You just like suffocate.
You suffocate.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that drowning is specific to a liquid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. And then Choice Band, who Choice Scarf, Hoopa Unbound. Super Poly, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the DSPL. Choice Scarf, knockoff, Hyperspace Furies, and Headbutt, Drain Punch. All right, so this is going to. So this will also outspeed. Right? 270, 260, 130. Yeah, wait. Yeah, no, it will. That'll outspeed the Dragapult as well by like a couple. Interesting. All right. So that's the Pig's Eye. Some interesting, clearly saying we're shutting down the Clodsire and we're shutting down the Dragapult. But not also like Psychic on Gengar for the Great Tusk, not bad. Not bad. You also have an Oki for just bulking up. You went real defensive, but you have the bulk up and taunt. Good get. Now it should be
Gengar with the balloon. Just reminds me of it.
That is should have named it. Should have named Oogie it or Pennywise. Definitely big Pennywise. Big Pennywise vibes. You're right. So then we got Dragapult with an Assault Vest, but no other investment into special defense. So that'll be what 270. So maybe, but it'll be a little bit of a get there. We got Honk the Great Tusk. We got Okay, Rocky Helmet, Heavy Slam, Play Rough, Earthquake. No bulk up here. No bulk up, so it's just maxing out and very defensive. But obviously, its attack
Rocky Helmet pretty devastating last week.
It was, and this is a Pokemon that arguably is better suited for that. Between its ground fighting type, it gets the extra fighting type, so it resists a little bit more than water. Like water, I should say, most physical types that like fighting can resist rock. Quad resist rock. Now it is not quad weak to grass, but it is weak to water. Now it's weak to water, so it's a little bit maybe physically. I mean the stats are significantly better for the Rocky Helmet. But you get the trade-off with Unaware and all that stuff, and the recovery. Great Tusk doesn't get that. But Great Tusk did get knockoff with the DLC. And as I think it should be stated, in case anybody does not know, we are sticking with the Pokemon. But we decided to let the Pokemon get their DLC movesets. So knockoff is now on a lot of Pokemon. and changes the game up a little bit. Great Tusk having knockoff, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, Play Rough. Great coverage. Very much looks like it's going to wall. Looks like it's meant to counter the Annihilate, and also, I mean, just hit things with Earthquake very hard. But that Play Rough is going to hurt. The Heavy Slam looks like Heavy Slam was in place for Mimikyu, but Mimikyu did not come. I am surprised that Regieleki came. I am especially surprised that it's running Thunder Explosion, because we saw Palisand, as long as Palisand does not Terra, and I don't think Didac made Palisand a Terra captain for this week, this week's matchup, but the Thunder Explosion, that's walled. There's nothing that Pat can do. Explosion is indeed an interesting choice for Mono Ghost, right? That's where I'm thinking, like, Mono Ghost is a little... But again, if you're going to Terra, it changes everything. Like, Typhlosion is Terra'd, Houndstone is Terra'd, so it's Hoop Unbound. Yeah, like, Hoop Unbound is the only one that, on the team that is currently going to get hit by this. So, but Regieleki very fast. There's nothing that can outspeed it. It's pretty good. Mabostiff with the Choice Scarf with Stakeout, Destiny Bond. Interesting. So there could be a little bit of Didac getting hit with some of his own freaky deaky moves with Destiny Bond. Crunch will do a lot of damage to a lot of Ghosts. Play Rough and Psychic Fangs for that Annihilate. Max speed, max attack, Stakeout. For those of you who don't know, if a Pokemon switches in, then Mabostiff's attack offensive stats are doubled. So this goes from 339 to 678. Only for that move, which is still devastating. With the Crunch is very strong, gets a stab, and great pick here. It's the only Dark type on Cambridge's team, so the Mabostiff is going to have to really carry. I wouldn't say carry the team, but I would not be surprised to see Mabostiff as the Pokemon of the game after this one. Clawitzer, Terra Captain, Terra Water this week. Choice Specs, Mega Launcher, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse, and Flash Cannon. Interesting coverage for the Mimikyu. But Dark Pulse is going to be Dark Pulse and Water Pulse are probably going to be the two usages a lot. And then Rapska with Trick Room, Life Orb again, Trick Room, Buzz Buzz, Bug Buzz, Psy Shock, and Dazzling Gleam with the bulky set. So just I mean, this is going to pair well because they're very slow, the minimum speed. And I think when we looked at it, the slowest Pokemon on is Palisand here. I guess and Sableye is also slow. But Prankster kind of undoes a lot what it would like to do. But some fast Pokemon here on the team. So we'll see if Trick Room ends up being an issue for Didac. Sandy, while I pull up the predictions for everybody, for the community, who do you have winning this? Do you have the Pig's Eye Pignite, or do you have the Cambridge Clodsires?
I have chosen.
You have chosen
the Clodsires. Because I remember Pat being very strong.
Pat's very strong. 2-0 going into this. Technically, currently is 3-0. We'll see at the end of that match the result.
And watching their match, like I remember watching them be very strong, and I was like, I like voting for my friends, but
you also like being right.
But boy, Pat seems like a good contender in this league. So
yeah, that's tough. That's big props to Pat, because Sandy will say screw it, but Sandy said it's a lot of power. I respect that power, and so we'll see. We shall see here with our. Oh wait, I forgot to. Should be a 200. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Okay, so we have ourselves our battle. Do I have it on slow? Nope. There we go. Okay. All right. So we've got our first matchup. We've got the Cambridge Clodsires on the top, the Pig's Eye Pig Knight down here. We got Didak's avatar right here. You can't see Pat's because Pat's behind the orb. Pat is currently pondering the orb. We'll see if that gets distracted as we lead off our first battle this week with Didak. All right, so there we go. We've got the Dragapult leading for Cambridge, but we got Houdini. Now we know Houdini outspeeds, but does not have Shadow Ball. That's Zoroark, and that's unfortunate that did not kill with the assault vest. That Duff Guy Pat's a sick fuck. You gotta get the Zoroark out. Here comes a knockoff. The Colbur Berry is good because it cuts the damage down. Hetfield's looking pretty good. Is that named after James Hetfield? Sandcastle? Like Metallica? You sick fuck. You sick fuck. Earthquake not doing much, but Earth Power doing a decent chunk there. We're gonna see the switch out to Crab Noise, and Hetfield it goes for another Earth Power here. Should do a chip, but going for the Shore Up instead. All right, might be well now it's at 100%, but coming out. But this is gonna hurt. This is gonna be a Choice Specs Mega Launcher boosted Terra boosted Water Pulse. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. That is a 6-5 lead for Cambridge, and Sableye first appearance on the in the season immediately going down. Palisand, that hurts, Bob. That does hurt. Water Pulse taking out the Palisand. It's not good. That's.
If there's one thing that can take down a sandcastle, it's a big wave.
That's true. That is true. Nothing washes out a Palisand like a wave. The Drain Punch not doing a lot. This is an interesting. The Water Pulse doing a lot.
Ooh.
Water Pulse doing much. So that's going. Water Pulse will take out the Annihilate, but swapped out. Okay. Because I guess maybe they're fearing the Rage Fist there, but also I don't know about either the move there for either of them. Because the Clawitzer would have lived a Drain Punch and probably a Rage Fist and would have taken out the Annihilate. Clearly, that's Zoroark is in because it's immune to Shadow Ball. Comes a big Shadow Ball. That does a lot of damage. That is resisted. That's 30%, but swapping out Annihilate, just Annihilate is going to be annihilated.
Oh, with the crunch, the super crunch,
the stakeout boosted crunch. It is 6-3 right now, Sandy. This is not pretty. It comes in Hoopa Unbound. This is clearly Hoopa Unbound because the health is 100%. And going for a Drain Punch. Ooh, that did nothing. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Very much not good. Swapping out to Gengar. And we got a Bug Buzz. All right, Bug Buzz didn't. All right, so this is it's all right because now the Bug Buzz, the Rapska's down. Should take
pop the balloon.
Wow, the Rapska lived on 1 and went for the Trick Room. No, that's insane. No, no. And then there's the Psyshock taking out the Gengar. That is an unfortunate roll. That turn because Gengar was in pretty solid shape. Could have done all right. But now you instead of looking at 3-5, it's 5-2, and Trick Room is up for another 3 turns, and you don't have anything that'll. Yep.
You can't stop a gun.
No, and you certainly can't when it gets to shoot first. It is 5-1 currently. Houdini has Choice Scarf. That is also a field assist by the. That is also a field assist by Rapska with having Trick Room up, allowing the pistol shrimp crab to outspeed. But getting the Zoroark and getting Houdini down to less than 10%. And again, Houdini's got the Choice Scarf. Yep, there it is. I was gonna say, he's got the Choice Scarf, so it's definitely faster. That is 2 field assists for Rabska, a knockout for Rabska. We had Mabostiff getting a knockout, continuing the trend in Cambridge that if you play a game, Duff Guy Pat will get you a knockout. Congrats to Pat. Pat will move to 4-0, and Didac will go into week 5 2-2 at 500. So not bad, not in bad shape. We'll see where it fall in the standings. But it could have been worse. It could have been worse. You gotta maybe the universe is shining on Pig's Eye for sticking by and saying, you know what, I'm going. I'm getting these. I'm a practice, right? They say practice makes perfect, Sandy. And while that match was far from the perfect ending for Didact, I liked a lot of his sets, and it really, like, he had some help. He had some help. I know he had some help, but ultimately he decided on what to run this week, having the air balloon Gengar. Very fun. Also, again, Pennywise was. I think Sandy, your call of saying it reminds you of Pennywise. Is going to be burning my head. I'm going to have a nightmare tonight about Gengar with a balloon. What are your take?
He popped his balloon.
He popped his balloon.
I didn't know that was a thing that could happen.
Yeah. So the way air balloon works is it turns your Pokemon basically into a levitating Pokemon. So they legitimately hold the balloon and it keeps them off the ground. So like they don't hit like spikes or anything, and they're immune to ground type moves. But when they do get hit, the balloon pops. So that's the unfortunate part. So it's only until they get hit. So they popped his balloon there. They popped his balloon. What was your takeaway? You had Duff Guy Pat winning. Cambridge wins 4-0. What are your takeaways before we get Didact in on the interviews of this matchup?
Again, I think Pat's pretty good player. Pretty good strategist. I think it kind of showed coming in. A lot of the moves they made. They popped that balloon.
They popped the balloon.
They shot that gun.
And they shot the gun. They drowned out. They washed away the Palisand. Looking at it, the only thing, like, I don't think Didac played a bad match. I don't think at all. I think tough to have your entire game plan go with get kind of called out on turn 1 of they got an assault vest. Oh, okay, it's definitely Hisuian Zoroark. The only thing, like, the other difference was that Didac could have led the real Hoopa Unbound, the Houdini. Houdini would have taken it out in one move with like a Hyperspace Fury or a knockoff, and would have outsped, but would have kind of put it in a weird spot because we saw it a little bit. I think when Hoopa actually came in, here it is. When Hoopa actually came in, Mabostiff came in, and Mabostiff, Mabostiff is going to kill whatever comes out. So unless it went for a play rough on Psychic Dark, and you read that and you say, okay, we'll go to Gengar, and Gengar will take a play rough, but then it's like, what do you do from there? So it's just a matter of like, it was so early on that it's hard to be like, oh, if you would have just, or if Didac would have just brought or went with Houdini to lead, then that would have changed the game. But you don't know that because it was so early on. The one round, or the one switch that this one here, this turn 3 with the Great Tusk, the taking the Earthquake and then countering with a Earth Power. I think maybe the play, and then on this following turn on turn 4, the Great Tusk swaps out to Clawitzer, and Didac goes for the Shore Up to get the health back. I think if you flip those a little bit, it does change a little bit, because at the very least, I mean, it's not going to change this. It's not going to change the result of this at all. Water Pulse is still going to knock out, but then you have, you have a Pokemon who is able to come in and probably take out a Clawitzer. Instead of going and leading with your Palisand, you could have led with your Zoroark. You could have led with your, Hoopa Unbound, and done big damage and probably taken out, the Terra Captain, and you're looking at it being 5-5 instead of it being 5-2. It's tough. It's tough. Because it would have been a tough, again, having so many answers on that team for the Cambridge Clodsires it was a tough matchup for Didac. And speaking of Didac, why don't you come in the box? Let's have a little chat. Let's talk about your match here. Unfortunately, finishing the week 2-2, which I say unfortunately because you had the potential to go You had the potential to be 3-1 had you won this with a win here. How are you feeling coming off of this loss?
I mean, this is a tough loss. We've been fortunate enough to have 2 forfeits, but again, not playing those games kind of hurts us in the long run. We don't have as much game time under our belts, which is why we've been running practices. Granted, in our losses, we haven't been, dropping our one loss to Aussie. We dropped a single point. Here we're dropping 4. So that brings us to, I believe, a +1 on the aggregate at 50%, which, being in the positives on a 50% is good.
Mm-hmm.
I view that definitely as a positive, but it's definitely a learning process. We made a plan. I feel like we executed that plan, but Pat brought Pokemon we didn't expect. He went for tactics we weren't anticipating, and ultimately that kind of just threw off our entire game plan. We didn't really have a way to pivot off of that.
Yeah, you did account for, Trick Room. You did have your Sableye, and your Palisand, 2 of your slowest Pokemon, to at the very least be in Trick Room and benefit from the reverse turns, even if it may have not been ideal. But obviously, once they're both gone, Pat's like, okay, if I get Trick Room up, I can get myself a kill or 2, and absolutely did. And it's just tough, has some slow Pokemon, has Regieleki, Dragapult, 2 of the fastest Pokemon in the league. Bostiff with the Choice Scarf is pretty fast, has a very physically bulky Dragapult, or not Dragapult, but Great Tusk. Tough. I do. You had the game plan. You said this is what we're gonna do. You did exactly what you were like. You can't predict that he's going to have a no solve vest. You can think it, but you can also be like, is that what he wants to run? You know, like, because I know when we were talking about it, I said to you, I was like, if he really wants to be a sick fuck, he can run Choice Scarf on the Dragapult, just to make
And
sure.
outspeed, yeah, just to make sure he has the speed.
Because
yeah.
because even without like like he could have outsped and got the kills, right? But it comes down to like, or even just run a sucker punch, and probably take out the Zoroark before it hits. It's just like a weird, like, the options. Dragapult you can do so much with. You can make it a physical attacker. You can make it, a bulky special attacker with its assault vest. You can just make it a straight up support Pokemon with bulk, with like taunt, Will-O-Wisp, I think Thunder Wave, U-turn, all that stuff. It gets really scary. It's a great team for Cambridge, and I think he did very well. I think I'm pretty sure that's roughly around the average score differential for Cambridge. I think is about 4-0.
Yeah, no, credit to Pat.
so-
He's got a good team. And I think if he doesn't get a bye, he definitely places high in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice position with his team. It's just a strong team. Next, or Sandy, you have a question? Do you have a question for Didact, either about this week, or this week's matchups, or going forward?
Yes. When am I gonna see Annihilate actually annihilate things? Because I was promised the height of that, and I see nothing.
That's a fair point. There's been a lot of stuff that's impeded us in that, partially having 2 forfeitures. We'll do that, and these last 2 the 2 games that we have played, have definitely kept him from coming off the bench and making a difference. Looking ahead to next week, he's not completely out of the picture, but as it stands right now, we've been looking, and it's been a pretty static bench for Colorado. So it's either going to be exactly what we predict or something we haven't seen at all. So we'll wait and see what happens, but I think it all depends on if they just end up doing a 6-man swap, or if they change it up completely. But I wouldn't count out Annihilate completely. He's definitely going to be key, definitely going into this tough second half of our schedule, because we've got Long Island, we've got Corpus Christi, we've got San Antonio. I'm looking down Murderer's Row right now, and it's not good.
No, you have like Go ahead, Sandy.
I think you just need to punch more stuff.
I agree. And
true.
yes, Hetfield was a reference to James Hetfield.
Okay.
Because he's Enter Sandman.
Enter Sandman. Yep. Okay. I was sitting there. I was like, that's my brain was scrambling at the moment to be like, wait, that's Hetfield. More punch, less talk. Apparently, that's what Warren agrees with too.
I mean, that's the keys to the game.
Less talk, more punch. But yeah, next week you close out the first half of the season with a matchup against Colorado, who we will be watching next. But your final 5 games, you're facing Arizona, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Long Island, and then you finish with Minnesota. So it is a very tall mountain. If you close out the season the first half of the season 3-2, I think you are in a better position than being 2-3 going into there to get into the playoffs. Because it's just those are like even 6. All 6 of these matchups are tough. Colorado got their first win last week. Corpus Christi is a challenge, and then we talk about how Arizona, Minnesota, Long Island, and San Antonio are really good. We'll see San Antonio and Long Island play each other later tonight. Who you got in that? Who do you got in that, Didact? Do you have Long Island or you have San Antonio?
Long Island, San Antonio. I believe I made my prediction. Let me go back and double check it. Who did I have in that one? I've got San Antonio in that match.
All right. Okay. So you're thinking San Antonio stays undefeated. Okay. All right. All right. So I was trying to think, like, if you would rather see San Antonio come down, so that the difference between one and you, like, instead of being 2 games behind first place, I mean, I guess you'll still be, because Cambridge is undefeated, but there being less undefeated teams between you and the top. But no, it's just calling it straight, and I like that. I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, there's ideal results that we'd want, but then you have to look at, you got to be a little bit realistic with it.
Mm-hmm. You just need just need a little bit of some luck and some good vibes, really, going forward.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna get that. I really do. I really do think you'll get that going forward.
Yeah, big lend me your energy hours out here.
like looking like Goku.
Yep. But hey, this is only season 1. It's a learning curve, and even if we don't make the playoffs this year, we're halfway through the season, almost halfway through the season.
Yep.
If we don't make the playoffs this year, it's a learning experience. We come back at it next year. As long as we're not the wooden spoon this year, I think we'll be okay.
As long as you're not, yeah. I think you can have a little bit more of I think it is a better outlook than being the wooden spoon, and I think the playoffs are in reach for you. I really do. Thank you, General Manager Didac. 2-2 currently exits week 4, I should say, 2-2. And we'll look at the math for the differentials and everything at the end of the stream. Thank you, and good luck in your matchup next week with Colorado.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. We'll see what happens this week.
Excellent. Sandy, we've got ourselves week 4. Week 3's done, right? That was week 3. We're talking about week 4 now. We got 4 games to talk about week 4.
Mm-hmm.
And we're kicking off with Colorado, Didac's opponent next week. They're going to tackle Trick Room. They're going. Aussie's coming to them, but Aussie's packing the Trick Room up. Hello, VTech. Hello. We've got a scintillating battle on our hands today, Sandy. Sandy, the Slowbro's back with a gun.
Sweet.
He's got a gun. The slow boy with a gun drug tree. Also, love the names for Colorado this week. Flying Genie Doug Trio, Big Berg Doug Trio, Fire Hoss Doug Trio, Slow Boy with a Gun Doug Trio, I'm a Tree Doug Trio, and Steely Dan Doug Trio.
I love I'm a Tree.
I'm a Tree.
I feel like I mean, I don't know anything about that Pokemon, but that just like screams sacrifice to me.
Maybe. This week with Trick Room, I like what I are just looking at this right away. I already like what Brazilian Fury Chris has built for his matchup against Trick Room. Much like Didac with the Mono Ghost, Aussie Illusion having Trick Room, you know what to plan for, which is an advantage for you as the opponent and a disadvantage for them. Whereas, like, we talk about Didac made a plan, but there's only so much that Didac can do in a matchup against like a team like the Cambridge Clodsires, who have a lot of answers for ghost types. Similarly, Aussie can only do so much against this team because there's some pretty good options to run, and we're looking at one of the more interesting strategies for an opponent to run, with Scizor having Iron Ball and just minimal speed. Sandy, Iron Ball halves your speed, so that in Trick Room, for example, Scizor is going to be 61 speed in Trick Room, which is very slow. It's very slow. For reference, Slowbro's 58. So it's almost as slow as Slowbro will be. And then I like this. We're not going with quick draw. There's no no real sport, but or point. There's more to be had with Regenerator this week and being bulkier. I mean, we max HP, max special, or 180 in special attack, and mixing up the defenses a little bit. Shell, sidearm, psychic, flamethrower, and slack off. So good recovery, great recovery. He's gonna come in and take some hits, and he's got a gun. You can't do much when there's it's not as fun when the what is Slowbro? Is he like a dinosaur man? What is, I guess he's like a I don't know what kind of animal he is. A hippo? He's a hippo with a gun.
Slowbro is like a
he looks hippo-ish though.
The face, yeah, hippo-ish.
Yeah. He's very
and also, if you ignore the face, it's almost Patrick Star.
It is almost Patrick Star. That is true. It is Patrick Star with a gun. SpongeBob, I got a gun. And then the other Trick Room option here for Colorado is Sudowoodo, the I'm a Tree Dug Trio with a Rocky helmet. How do you think that Sudowoodo wears the Rocky helmet? Do you think he wears it like balancing it in between the antenna on his head? Or do you think he like holds it goes on one or the other?
I think it's a custom made with little holes for the little antenna.
You think it goes around? Yeah. I like that option. Just option C. I envision it like balancing in between perfectly. Like he just sits in between just perfectly.
Yeah, like a little tiny hat.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've got Rocky helmet, Rock head, which negates all recoil damage, which is good because Sudowoodo has Head Smash and Wood Hammer. It is got named Terra Captain earlier in the week, so it is eligible to Terra into a grass type. It also has Stealth Rock and Spikes for some hazards. I like that. Max attack, max HP, minimal speed. So again, 58. So we're looking at 58, 58, and 61. Or 60 or 61. I don't know exactly how the math will come out, but the Iron Ball with the fling as well gets to throw that and gets a heavy stat. I think it does 120 base power with the Iron Ball. Bullet Punch for priority if it doesn't have that, or just in general, just like
so not a gun but a slingshot.
Yes, or it's like because it's got pincers, so it just like does that. So it is kind of gun-like, right? But it's like a primitive gun. So not a gun, but like a primitive gun, like a snap gun.
No, I imagine it more like a
slingshot.
No, well, now that I'm thinking about it, I can't think of the name of the game. They have like the stick with little curved net.
Oh, like lacrosse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, look
in their claw.
Yeah. Or no. Is it cricket? Does cricket? No, it's not cricket. Cricket's got the flat bat. I know what specific game you're talking about. Like it's like the whole thing is this giant.
Big old curve.
Yeah. So those are your Trick Room options for Colorado. Outside of Trick Room though, they're not slouching about Tauros, Blaze Paldean and Tauros. This is what Brazilian Fury has been running all season. Max HP, max defense, bulk up, Will-O-Wisp, Raging Bull, body press. This is going to be a problem for King Gambit. We'll see if King Gambit ran Defiant to counter the Intimidate, or if they stayed with the other one, Supreme Overlord. There we go. Big Bird Dog Trio, Quick Claw. I like the Quick Claw for Trick. If Zapdos gets stuck in Trick Room, Thunderbolt, Roost, Heatwave, Hurricane. We went max HP, max special attack. No need to invest in the speed. No need. I like that Brazilian Fury is listening when I say if you're facing the Aussie Illusion, you do not have to invest in speed. In fact, you could do this. You don't want to drop anything. drop an attacker defense, I'll run a minus speed nature. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, quick claw, great. That'll proc in the trick room. I like that, so that Zapdos is not always taking a hit. And then Tornadus T. This works. Why change it? Why change it? Taunt, Nasty Plot, Heat Wave, Hurricane. There's no need to change it. Tornadus is 4 knockouts in 3 games. Don't need to invest in speed, so you can invest in some defenses a little bit more. I like it. I like it a lot. How do you, looking at Colorado's team, Sandy? How are you like? What's standing out to you?
I mean, like, I can't stop looking at the tree. And it's got that fancy helmet I like.
It does have the fancy helmet. You do like Rocky. That's 2 for 2 or 2 for 2 with Rocky Helmet. You talked about how you liked Rocky Helmet, and everybody's been like, I'm running Rocky Helmet from now on. Hey Courtney, welcome in. We're gonna take a look at the Aussie Illusion. All right, so it is the same 5. The Caparaja makes the return. Hatterene with Trick Room, Baton Pass, Dazzling Gleam, Swords Dance. I guess the Swords Dance with Baton Pass, I like that. I like that because then you get the Swords Dance up and then you grab, you go to either Iron Hands or Emperor Zerg, the King Gambit or the Maharaja, the Caparaja. Good call. I like that. Leftovers, Magic Bounce. Magic Bounce would be good, especially if the Tornadus goes for a taunt, because and also the hazards, good hazard control. The Iron Hands Assault Vest this week. It did not make the video because I did not put the video out, but I said if I think you slap an Assault Vest on Iron Hands this week, and you get the fake out Drain Punch and just go full bore into it being bulky. It's got a great matchup this week. Emperor Zerg, the King Gambit, Black Glasses again. Baton Pass is banned. Oh, it is. You're right. It is. You're right. Well, let me tell you right now, it doesn't come up, but I will say something. I will bring that up. Yeah, you're right. It is banned. It is banned. We'll see. If it goes off.
What does it do?
So Baton Pass basically has your Pokemon swap out to another Pokemon, but all that you have on the field, on your side of the field, like, goes with that Pokemon. So Hatterene getting a Swords Dance up, and then Baton Passing to a King Gambit. The King Gambit now gets the Swords Dance boost. And you know what? You're right, Arn. I forgot about that. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, Baton Pass. No one's running Baton Pass. And I saw him like, oh, I love that. Because my brain is like, oh, Trick Room, like, would that work? In like VGC, would that work? Yeah. I mean, I remember being banned because I wanted to Baton Pass his. Oh, that's right. Losing to a move. Yeah, right. If it gets used, then we'll have a talk. We'll see. But I have a pretty good feeling it doesn't come up. Yeah, so King Gambit, Sucker Punch, Kowtow Cleave, Swords Dance, Iron Head, Supreme Overlord. This is a standard set. I'm surprised that Marcus went with the special defense and not just put it in the HP. But it makes sense. There's some special attackers. I still would have maybe balanced it out a little bit. Pressure, the Life Orb, Deancey with Protect, Diamond Storm, South Rock, and Trick Room. Not actually bad, because Diamond Storm's really good this week. Multiple flying types and not many Pokemon that resist it. I wasn't sure if... I guess we would the other Trick Room set are in Cresselia. Trick Room, Thunderbolt, Psychic, and Moonlight. Max HP, and then split this. I think this is what Aussie Marcus has been running for the season so far on Cresselia. I'm surprised that Caparaja is coming. Terra Ground, that's a Terra Captain. Bulldoze, Ironhead, Rock Slide, Stealth Rock with Sheer Force. I'm surprised because I thought there's a lack of special attacking here. The only special attackers being Raging Goddess, Hatterene, and Cresselia, who isn't even like invested that much. So it's like, man, you what? I what? Oh, I know. I know what happens. spoiler, I watched all these so that I can write the script for the review and try to get that out by Tuesday. I've watched all these. I'm watching these all again. I've only seen them once, so I don't even know if I remember everything. So, the Maharaja, though, with Life Orb, Terra Captain, Ground, they'll get a boost on the Bulldoze. Sandy, your thoughts on what we're seeing from the Aussie Illusion?
I remember it did pretty good last time. And I know Colorado had played well against my dude Oren, but I have Aussie Marcus winning this.
All right. Okay. So you got Marcus. I had also, I should say, I had Cambridge, and because my predictions never went out, I have Colorado winning this. Hold on. I'm Ron Burgundy. I really should have like this. I should have thought about this and had this up. Now I gotta scroll through my entire script to find it. Yeah, I have the Illusion winning, so I have Aussie Marcus winning as well. So we're on the same page, Sandy. We're on the same page. We're on the same page as we go into our first battle of week number 4. You got Aussie Illusion up top. Yep.
And again, Scissor being on the wrong team, so
you're right. Well, that's
disqualification.
Well, no, Scissor won. No, Colorado won, so Colorado keeps Scissor. So Oren had to change his name between. He had to change his name. That was the winner got to keep Scissor last week. So, and the likes. All these Doug Trios have imposter ability for sure. These all are not Doug Trio, but all are Doug Trio. That is true. Let's get underway. We've got
the Tauros or whatever what that is was facing the wrong way. Their Pokemon were facing the team. And he was looking back this way.
He's got his eyes in the wrong direction. Oh, okay. So we got Slow Boy with a gun, Doug Trio. Going for a Psychic that's resisted. Okay. And then I think we're getting a Trick Room here. Yep, Trick Room going up. So we already have Trick Room up.
We got the dance floor, baby.
But this is not as good of a matchup as you think. This plays right into... Slowbro is very slow. It's going to outspeed. Got another shot in. But it is going to be neutral to a Psychic. Doing 26%. So that is a nice little chunk. It is going to outdamage... it will outdamage the Cresselia, or the Cresselia will outdamage the Slowbro. We'll see a Flamethrower doing 16 again. The Psychic is going to outpace, bringing it down below 50%. And dropping the Special Defense. That's huge. That is big. That is big. So doing 32% there. It'll do probably around 40. A crit would kill. Coming out. There we go. Steely Dan, Doug Trio, the Scissor coming out. Smart by Marcus, knowing that there was likely going to be a switch. Ooh, big damage on the U-turn. Half that all that health gone again. And I'm a Doug Trio. I'm a Doug Trio is right there. Chris, Doug Treeio, Doug Trio. We're helping there. We're figuring it out.
How does a tree not immediately die from lightning?
Well, because it's not a tree. It's a rock that looks like a tree. It's a pseudo Wudo. Trick Room going back up. Again, this is just like, wait. I was like, wait, how does this tree not die to lightning? It's like, you're right. It's a rock, but you're right. We got it's an admin and link. All right, so we're getting 2 hazards from Pseudo Wudo. Pseudo Wudo, I think, outspeeds here. Nope, going swapping to the Doug Trio. Maharaja though, terrestrializing into ground type. Here comes a big bulldoze, and there goes not Doug Trio. Yeah, the slow boy with the gun, Doug Trio. The slow bro, Galarian slow bro. Going down, so no repeat of last week where it just outsped everything. We got a wood hammer if if Chris had gone for the terrestrialization, that would have killed. And unfortunately, the Bulldoze taking out 2 Pokemon. So Copperajah getting 2 knockouts here. And it's just not a great position, but the Bullet Punch here will take out Maharaja. That does not resist Steel anymore, and the priority of Bullet Punch. So it's going to be 5-4. 5-4 Aussie. Dear God, the gun is gone. Yeah, the gun has been removed. It's been nerfed. Taiho, the Iron Hands coming out though. We saw the Iron Hands. It has Fire Punch. Go for the fake out first. Get the flinch. Get some little bit of a chip. And I think Steely Dan here, it's probably good. I would swap out because Bullet Punch is resisted. U-turns resisted. Brick Break wouldn't have been bad, but yeah, Fire Punch taking it out. We've got 5-3. That's a big Robo Sumo, Sandy. He got big ass hands. Imagine getting punched by that.
Yeah, this dang thing's looking the wrong way.
It is. It is. It very much is. It should be. Well, unfortunately, the Paldean Pokemon don't have their 3D models in yet, so we're unfortunately having the teams look a little. Their models being just their sprites. We got to protect to scout. This is good. Got the burn, by the way. The Paldean Tauros got the burn, so that's another status, another one. And Cresselia taking advantage.
Coming.
Yeah, Trick Room is coming. So, some of the models are in now. Yeah, some are like I think like Mousehold. They're making their way in on some of them. Raging Bull getting 20%. There's the Trick Room. Smart by Chris to not swap out. Let's get some chip and. You know, because Trick Room's coming up. This is coming back to Aussie being more getting everybody kind of scouting Aussie a little bit more and more. You know, he wants to get the Trick Room up. So why swap out when you know Trick Room's going up? Let me go get a hit in. Maybe I can stop it. But not the case here. Maybe I wonder if Chris had gone for a bulk up, if things would change. Oh, almost had a knockout. Raging Bull does get the Cresselia down. And also the leftover is getting nullified by the burn. So now still at 60. It's got the protect, stall out a Trick Room turn. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Chris. Sandy, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Brazilian Fury. Playing this very well. Now there's only one Trick Room turn. Swap out to a Zapdos to take probably another Psychic here. And again, Zapdos just... Oh, unfortunate. That special defense drop is unfortunate. But Zapdos takes a lot of hits with just HP investment. And now, again, threatening. Now it's outside of Trick Room. And Hurricane did a nice little chunk there. I don't think Chris has gotten a confusion off any Hurricane this season. They've either knocked out an opponent or didn't get a confusion. Moonlight. This Cresselia is just hard to take out, but it's just not doing much in return. There's a Roost. So we got both of them at 100 health, but Zapdos does have the drop in special defense, so that Psychic is going to be a little bit more damage than it was last time. 40%. So another 2. We'll see what goes with a Heat Wave. It's just not going to be doing enough damage. And it needs Quick Claw to activate for it to outspeed. Otherwise, it's going down in 2 moves. It could have been 1 if the crit. I was thinking about it. I said that. And it could have been a crit there. The Roost coming in. So, yeah, and it's just fishing for a crit or fishing for another special defense drop. Like, if we look at this, right, I think Cresselia is used 6 Psychics and Thunderbolt, has only 4 Trick Rooms and 3 Moonlights left. Like, just not in a good spot. Thunderbolt doing a nice chip there. But I mean, Trick Room is over, so Zapdos can get the roost back up and get back to health. But they decided, no, I'm going to swap. Marcus decided to swap to Iron Hands there to take the Thunderbolt, which resisted, but Hurricane, if it lands, it will take out. But no need, never mind. Said, no, I don't need that. The fake out. All right, so now Tornadus will outspeed. Tornadus will get hit, but it won't be a knockout if it gets this hit. Will not be a knockout. It does not. The Hurricane 70% chance to a 70% accurate move. It's going to miss 3 out of every 10 times, and that's a big miss. The taunt getting on to, but Magic Bounce will activate, meaning the taunt will actually be on the Tornadus. What happens if the baton pass? Ooh, that's true. Trick Room going up. So now the Trick Room, finally, that is Hatterene's first Trick Room set up. And 3 games. This is also the longest that Hatterene has gone without being knocked out, Sandy. Whoa. Wow.
That was big.
Big damage. The Swords Dance and getting the confusion. Huge. Huge. The confusion stopping us from having to punish. Stopping me from having to punish. Having to be like, it could have been bad. That could have been bad for the league. It could have been bad for the league. But pressure coming in with the Trick Room. Misses the Diamond Storm, which would have absolutely taken the Genie Doug trio out. Ooh. And another confusion. It's the commentator's jinx. I said that there hasn't been any confusion, and on back-to-back Hurricanes, there has been a confusion. What are these? Yeah, they're missing, and getting the hit on the confusion. I think a Hurricane has a chance to kill here. Going for the Heat Wave, which is extra resistant because there's not the same type attack boost. Hello, Master Tony. Welcome in. Now Trick Room is gone, which means somebody is going to get hurt here. There's just not enough damage. There's not enough HP left on Aussie Marcus's side. And there goes the Cresselia finally going down. It is 3-3 in what looked like a scary start, a scary moment. It was 5-3 with a lot of HP. The Hazards, Pseudo Wudo getting a knockout from the grave. From the grave. Yeah, there's nothing more fun than watching somebody go down to Hazards on a switch in. The fake out, getting a little bit of chip, but there's no Trick Room to be set up anymore. And Heat Wave takes down. It is 3-1, and I will say this. If there's a Pokemon that can make a 3-1, a 1-0, it is King Gambit, who's going to have 5 plus 50 to all of his attacks. The Sucker Punch, getting a knockout. Craziest match so far. This is a crazy match. This is ridiculous. Because look, it's going to be close. We got a Zapdos on like 30% health, and Firehouse Doug Trio, the Paldean Blaze Tauros, is low. Is that attack enough to keep it alive? It is. It is. Do we get a Body Press or a Raging Bull? Raging Bull, but it does not kill. This is a range. Oh.
Oh, that is
no. Oh. We were this close from King Gambit doing it again, clinching victory from defeat. But Brazilian Fury winning 2-0. Colorado gets the 2-0 victory. They're going to be 500. They are now 2-2. Aussie Marcus is 2-2. So we have 3 2-2 teams already. We're a match into week 4. We're talking about 3 of our teams, a fourth of our league is Fight Forever. Fight Forever champ. They're going crazy to Fight Forever. incredible match. Sandy, what do you we just saw, like, that was a great match. That was back and forth. I thought it was bad. It was going to be bad for Colorado. But they held on.
That was a wrestling match.
It's match of the year contender. The chat is saying, you got to. There's, because you look at it, and it was 5-4, and Aussie still had three of their Trick Room setters up. They still had King Gambit and Iron Hands left, and all that was left was Tornadus, Zapdos, and Paldean Tauros, who all all get outsped in Trick Room. It just, Brazilian. If Chris is listening, or if Mark is, hats off to the both of you. I thought Chris played that near perfect, because there was three Trick Room setters up still, and just so many opportunities for Aussie to get Trick Room set up and to take advantage of it, and they just were unable to. Cresselia stayed in too long. I think Aussie should have probably swapped out Cresselia much sooner on its last Trick Room set, and to take advantage of to let one of their Pokemon take advantage. The Quick Claw never went off for Colorado, which ended up not punishing them. I would have played a bit better, but very impressed. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think Marcus just didn't apply pressure. There was options there for Marcus to just pressure and get hits. I mean, like, there was no reason that Zapdos should stay in Trick Room and not get knocked out, especially when you have Iron Hands who resists Thunderbolt and can take a Hurricane because it is neutral. And even then, if you're fearful of Hurricane, you can go to King Gambit, who outspeeds, and you can take it out with a Kowtow Cleave. You don't have to use Sucker Punch. You just use a Kowtow Cleave and knock it out. At that point, it might only be a +1 Supreme Overlord, but it's still going to do damage. I think that's the problem is, and this is the problem with Trick Room in singles. The Pokemon that can set it up rarely are the Pokemon who can take advantage of it. Like, Hatterene can. Hatterene's got the special attack too. But we saw Hatterene. We almost saw some illegal plays with the baton pass of the Swords Dance. I'll have to get in touch with Aussie Markets to be like, hey, heads up, that's illegal. But just what a match, Sandy. What is your takeaway for the losing team? Not the loser, but the losing team in the Aussie Illusion.
Well, it was very, like, war of attrition. I was expecting much bigger hit. Like, again, with my lack of knowledge of Pokemon, like, I don't know the matchups as, like, they're going on. Like, oh, they should have used this or they should have done this. Mm-hmm. But I feel like the last time I watched Marcus, they played things very well. So I was surprised to not see either different switches or something, like different movesets, like to, like, I was expecting like 50% plus hits, chunking half their life or more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we just never got it, and that is unfortunate because I think that this was a very winnable game for Marcus, and unfortunately, he was not unable to do it.
I feel like you don't want to go that many rounds with that with the Trick Room team because you have to set up Trick Room so many times.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it being up. Like if we look at it, there's just a lot of nothing. There's a lot of nothing turns for both teams in Trick Room. You know,
Yeah.
Colorado led with Slowbro, and Cresselia was on the other side, and Cresselia couldn't kind of could out damage Slowbro, but I mean, Slowbro has slack off, leftovers, and regenerator. Like, okay, cool, congrats, you got me down to 20%. I'm gonna pop out, come back in with like 60%, and then take a hit, and then like it's just you get it if you get it set up, you gotta come out, which is why it's like if there are some moves that I don't know if any of the Trick Room setters that Marcus has on his team, but Pokemon that have like you do like a Trick Room and then you set up like an eject pack or red card, so it's like, oh cool, you hit me, cool, oh, you lowered my stat, oh I'm out, oh no I'm out. Like I've swapped out, but it's just tough. That's why it works in doubles way more effectively than singles. But it can work in singles. There's a couple Pokemon that it can work with. But let's take a look at our next matchup. Sandy, what do you say? We got Corpus Christi taking on Minnesota. This is going to be the opposite because Minnesota does not have long games. that match was 40 turns of action. We're gonna get 10 to 15 turns of action here. Minnesota does not do that. We'll start with Corpus Christi here. We got Razor Claw. We got the crit back, the crit machines. But interesting setups here. Light Screen, Will-O-Wisp, Psycho Cut, and Brick Break from the Gallade with Sharpness. So Psycho Cut has the high critical hit. Crit builds, yeah, that's right. We got the crit builds back with Razor Claw and Psycho Cut. That's going to do crit damage. It just... boy, Gallade's just not going to have the speed. Like, we're going to look at this, and there just won't be enough speed. Red the Charge. Again, this is coming back. I probably would quit if I had to deal with the crit build. This comes back to listening to what I and others are saying, but this is wasted EVs. You're not going to outspeed anything. 299 is not going to outspeed anything. 284 is not going to outspeed anything. 333 might. 295 won't. 289 won't. And the 94. This is slow. Sturdy Metal Coat to boost the Gyro Ball. I like it. Sleep Talk, Rest, Stealth Rock. I like this set. This is an interesting set from Don Fan. You don't got to worry about hazards, so no need for Rapid Spin. Rocky Helmet, going with Vital Spirit. God, this man, okay, all good, Sandy, all good. I'll put the broadcast on my shoulders. Yeah, I got this. We got this. Or if Didac, you would like to be our guest color commentator, you can as well. Since your game this week has been played and you don't have your week 4.
I'd love to tag in.
Yeah, come on in.
Let me get back in here. Let me get this headset.
Yeah, get the headset back on. Yeah. Vital Spirit on the Lycan Rock Midnight is an interesting call. Have a good night, Sandy. Get some sleep. Get some rest. Rest up, big dog. No guard is absolutely the better thing here. But Vital again, if you got to know your opponent. Bask ain't running anything that's going to put your Pokemon to sleep. No need for Vital Spirit. No need. No need for that. No need for it's no guard, because you might go like, oh, every move used by or against this Pokemon will always hit. He's not using moves that aren't going to hit. Like he uses 100% accurate moves that hurt. So you run, it lets you run some moves that are a little bit better that come at the cost of accuracy. Like, can I get power? There we go. Like Giga Impact will be 100% accurate. Will not miss. Stone Edge, which you get the boost from, the stab boost, 100% accurate. Takedown, 100% accurate. It doesn't get play rough, I don't think. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, it does get play rough. 100% accurate. Like, Rock Slide, 100% accurate. Fire Fang, like, they're just know your personnel. Know the Jims and the Joes. You know that he's not going to put your Pokemon to sleep, so go with the No Guard. We got the Grassy Surge, Throat Spray. Okay, so here's the issue. Drum Beating, I don't believe is a sound move. Drum Beating, I don't think constitutes as a sound. I don't think it's classified as a sound move, unfortunately. Let me see here. I'm 90% sure it's not a sound move. Not a sound move. Nope. Not a sound move. It sounds like it's a sound move. It's not a sound move. It is just a move where Rillaboom bangs on his drum and then vines come out and beat the fuck out of people. It's great. It's great animation.
Listen, Rillaboom doesn't want to go to work.
No, he just wants
to bang on his drums all day.
Correct. Again, wasting EVs in speed. You got to look at what what Arizona did last week. The Pokemon that could outspeed, invest in them. The Pokemon that don't invest in them. You're wasting points here. You're wasting points. Instead, you could go here, and suddenly you have a Pokemon that could probably take some of these moves with its higher end defense. You have a Pokemon who this is a waste, so just put some more in there. It's just rough. You're like, oh, I'm gonna hit fat. You're just not. You're just not. Let me make sure I put those back before I make the Pokebeast. I like the sets. Leftovers, Blaze, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse. Like, get this. This gets the speed. If you can get the setup on, sure. But I just are you going to be able to get those? I don't know if you're going to be able to get that off. And then the other thing is you invested in your special attack, so you're really just boosting your speed. But I mean, that it is what it is. Swords Dance, Outrage, Earthquake, Stealth Rock. Like, I would have liked to see like maybe a choice Scarf Garchomp with Earthquake or Outrage. Might be a little bit better. If you're gonna try to outspeed, go all the way. Go all the way. 333 ain't gonna cut it. We're gonna look at this real quick, Didac. But Didac, looking at Corpus Christi's team, what's standing out to you?
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of good tech on stuff like the Charizard and the Garchomp. Again, like you said, it really coming from a GM standpoint. This is why I lean so much on scouting your opponent. You got to be looking at what their team is capable of, what fights you can win. If you can't win that speed battle, you need to be looking into stuff like your defensive value and your special defensive values.
Yep.
Because if your opponent is going to rock up with something that's going to demolish you in the special defense game or the special or just the physical defense game, you're not going to be long for this world. You need to be living those hits where they outspeed you, and you need to hit them back where it can hurt them the most.
Yeah. And like it again, CJ's getting new to this, learning it. Obviously going with, I build this set and then I go here and then I just, the guest spread, we'll go with that because that's what it's telling me, because in a vacuum, that is what you would run in competitive. But this isn't standard competitive. It's draft league. You get to, you're not going into a battle with, Gallade against other, I think Gallade's an RU, I think, so you're not going up against only RU Pokemon. You're going to go up against OU, and you're going to go up against UU, and there's a couple Uber Pokemon. You got to think about, okay, what would Gallade be good at right now? Psychic and fighting, great typing against this team. Resist fighting types, which they love to run. You are neutral to dark type moves, but you counter the dark type moves. You have pretty good special defense, which there are some more special attackers on Minnesota. There's room for Gallade to be useful in this matchup. Maybe an assault vest, and then you get to just run. Like, I like Will-O-Wisp, but it's not working if Gallade's going to take a hit and then go down in one hit. You know, it's just not. It's not quite there. I thought Miss Mages would have been great to bring it for this. I had Miss Mages as my key Pokemon for Corpus Christi because it's immune to 3 types, and all 3 types are types of moves that Basque in Minnesota really likes. Really likes running ground type moves. Really likes running fighting type moves. Really likes running Boom Burst on the Noivern to get the boost. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Miss Magus. I would also have liked to see on Garchomp actually see Scale Shot come in.
Mm-hmm.
Scale Shot. I've been running into that a lot in open play in randoms and in Ubers, and Scale Shot does so much for Garchomp. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it drops its attack. It's a multi-hit move that drops its defense and boosts its speed. It's really good. Like Johnner said, you got to utilize everything the league offers, and we have the DLC move sets. You know, we're using the Pokemon that we drafted that are eligible in the league, but I'm not limiting it to like only pre-DLC move sets, so it changes some of the things a little bit. But we're looking at Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't changed shit. We're talking about this and that. Like, again, know your personnel. They haven't changed anything. If you go and look at the document, they've run the same team, the same 6 for 4 weeks now. It is Greninja with choice specs with Dark Pulse. I will say this: Dark Pulse is there this week. We have Dark Pulse. There is a change. Dark Pulse is on the list. I don't think Dark Pulse was there.
That would be the contingency for Miss Magus if Miss Magus was there.
But Miss Magus is not there. Don't need it. Cinderace, Flare Blitz, U-turn, high jump kick, gunk shot, choice band, Libra. Again, this has been the standard choice, the standard Cinderace set that he's been running, that Minnesota's been running. Lycanroc Dusk, and look, we'll just look at the speed. 377. We already know that the fastest Pokemon on this team is 333. Not outspeeding the Greninja, not outspeeding Cinderace, not outspeeding Lycanroc Dusk before the Choice Scarf, not outspeeding Salazzle, not outspeeding Noivern, not outspeeding Jolteon. Just wasted all that. Now maybe if there's it's a 3-way battle, it's a triple threat match, maybe then you're like, okay, I can go second though. But yeah, Basque is not running anything different.
This would be the week that a Trick Room team could really shine, but this is not that week.
Look, and that's the other thing. Trick Room is right here.
Trick Room's right there.
Right there. Run Trick Room, and then you dominate what you dominate, and that's just a matter of experience. It really just comes down to experience and learning. It's being harder on GMs now as we're going, because we have had 3 or 4 matches. So you can start figuring out, and some GMs are going, okay, all right, okay, now ladies, they're a little, Andre 3000.
Yeah, well, and this is definitely the turning point in the season too. Like, if you're not learning from your matches as a new GM at this point in the season, it's time to start learning, or else you're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, and Minnesota's beatable. I love Basque. This again, it's what we saw with Aussie Marcus. You know what you're getting. With you, I'm fighting a bunch of ghost types. I can kind of go on the offensive and be like, okay, cool. Let me get all my dark types in here. Let me get my Pokemon who resist ghost types. All right, cool. Let me get all my slow, I'm facing Trick Room. Let me get all my slow Pokemon. Let me not invest in my fast Pokemon. I can just put them in bulk. I can make them a little bit, make them survive a little longer. I'm facing Basque in Minnesota. I don't need to invest in speed at all. In fact, I might go the other way. I might try to run Trick Room, because there was a Trick Room team here. Dawn Fan is right here. You could run Trick Room and still run Garchomp in Trick Room against this team. Just don't invest any speed, and you're good. That's when you are facing Minnesota. Your team is already a Trick Room team, because Minnesota is insanely fast. Their slowest Pokemon is Lycanroc Dusk, and they make up for that with a Choice Scarf. It is what it is. No Terra Captain on the Jolteon yet. Still waiting that from Basque. It could be an issue. Garchomp can come in on a Thunderbolt and go for an Earthquake or go for some setup or read that, oh, hey, Noivern is the only flying type. It's also Dragon type. Let me just go for an Outrage. It'll lock you in, but I'm going to get that Noivern out of here. So it that's why, like, maybe even going for like a, instead of Outrage, you go for like a Stone Edge, because then it hits this super effectively, it hits everything for neutral damage on this team. So this is the top team in the league, Terra. Let's see. So currently, yes, because Cambridge is technically in first place at 4-0. So they do Terra. Read what I put above. Terra captains are for chumps. So Cambridge is a chump according to Johnner. All right, good to know. So this is Minnesota's team. I have Minnesota. I think I have Minnesota winning this one like pretty handedly. No, I don't. 2-0. I think CJ. Yeah, okay. So it just comes down to CJ has to get the reads right and take advantage of this squad that that Minnesota has. Didac, what was your prediction for this matchup?
I got Minnesota in this. I gotta take our crosstown rivals on this one.
I need to. Oh wait, that's why I'm not fucking full screen. That's why. There we go. I was like, wait, I got a little white bar there. All right, okay. Match number 3 of the night. The Corpus Christi Crobats. They're hosting the Minnesota Doduos. Minnesota Doduos up top. I've got Didac with me, general manager of the Pig's Eye Pig Night, filling in for our normal color commentator, Sandy J, who has a long day and needs his good rest. So let's get it started. Turn 1. We'll see. I think Minnesota sends their Pokemon out first. Nope, it is Lycanroc Midnight for the Crobats, and it is Noivern leading for Minnesota. That is an interesting thing. Dragon Pulse, wow. See this, and this is where Stone Edge, a Stone Edge with 100% hit and 100% kill, and bulking up does nothing here. There goes Lycanroc Dusk.
Yeah, that bulk up is a huge misplay by Corpus Christi there.
It's just not it. You got to, again, know who you're facing. You're facing a team who is going to go hard. That's going to go hard no matter what. Noivern getting one knockout, going for the Boom Burst, which activates its Throat Spray. But Red, the Charizard, does know Dragon Pulse here and does have max special attack. Oh, Noivern
Not
lives.
Quite. Doesn't quite get all of it.
Yeah.
I do like that little play there. We'll see if he lives a second hit.
Nope. There goes the Dragon Pulse. Crit. The crit did not matter. Boom Burst did 54% without a non-stab Boom Burst. That was without a the special attack boost. Garchomp coming in, sending Garchomp out to pasture. Sorry, but Noivern making this 6-3 in under 5 turns.
He just makes it look easy.
If you're betting the over on matches or match length for the Minnesota Doduos, don't stop it. Hurricane, just nope. I mean, and that can miss. It
can miss, and there we're seeing exactly what Minnesota's built this team to do.
Are we about to get our first 6-0? Noivern going for Dragon Pulse. Oh, well, that's right. It had sturdy, so it was never getting the 6-0. You kind of wish you had that one back. Probably should have gone with Donphan right immediately after the setup, because you get to at least counter back, and it would be 5-5 instead of being, or I should say it'd be 4-5 instead. It is 1. It is 1 on 5. It is 1 on 5, and oh boy, it's Hydro Pump. It's special defense. Gallade's got a pretty good special defense. Greninja does have a chance to miss. It did not get the kill regardless. Do we get a brick? All right. Okay, so we're saving.
All right, there we go.
We're getting it back a little bit. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter what happens here because as long as whoever gets sent out next is able to connect, which you just don't even send out Cinderace. Don't worry about Cinderace. Send out Salazzle. Salazzle hasn't gotten a knockout yet. Going for Lycanroc Dusk though. Lycanroc Dusk is the knockout leader in the league, getting
And
one
it maintains
more.
that.
Maintains that. Going to 9 knockouts on the season. 10 turns. 10 turns. A far cry. A far cry. I think. No, because last week it was 8 turns. But yeah. Unfortunate. Basque just bullying CJ.
Showing why Minnesota is top of the league right now. Like absolutely showing it.
They're going to move to 3-1. They get back on the horse after losing to Arizona and Corpus Christi on a 3-game losing streak. Tough to see. And CJ, I think you had some like the sturdy on the dragon to the Don fan. After you see that your Dragon Pulse didn't get the kill, but it's low enough, swap in on the Don fan because you know it's going to live on a sturdy, and it gets it to it where you can at least make it more a closer game, because then maybe he brings in Greninja and goes for the Hydro Pump and all that stuff happens as is. Then you're looking at Gallade, Lycanroc, but you still have Rillaboom who can counter, with a drum beating. The other thing I forgot to mention, the DLC moves. The Rillaboom got back Grassy Glide. It's nerfed, but it now has priority on grass. It's always had it, but it's back. It gets terrain boost, or it gets a priority on grassy terrain. So if you had Grassy Glide there, you probably take it out, even though it resists, because Noivern's not, it doesn't really have good defensives, and you get some stuff. It just comes down to having having your movesets where you're supposed to have them, doing the work before you even get into the matchup, to where you can have you just have your team set the way you need them.
Yeah, as a GM in the league, the resources that we have available to us is absolutely insane. With having the plugins that we can have for Showdown, having the attack calculator, my Pokemon team, like having all of those at our disposal, as a non-competitive primary player, going into a semi-competitive league, I cannot stress this enough. If you're a new GM, if you're new to VGC, definitely take a look at the resources we have. Especially like going into this week's matchup and next week's matchup. Look at what you can do against your opponent's team. Look at the Poke Pastes. Start using calculators. Definitely, be able to familiarize yourself with some stats that maybe you don't normally look at. Like, I know a lot of the teams in the league, or at least a couple teams in the league, are very much like just straight video game players, where we don't mess with support moves. We don't like boosting our stats, and just go straight attacking. And I gotta be honest, I was one of those people for a very long time. But you want to look at things that can definitely help you week to week. If nothing else, look at the Poke Pastes. Watch the replays of the team you're facing, because that'll give you an idea of your opponent's play style, and it's definitely going to give you an idea of what to expect when that team comes to play you, when they come knocking at your door.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of like, and again, a lot of people, for like CJ and Basque, for those two guys, likely their fourth competitive Pokemon match, ever. So all that stuff is just like, okay, we're starting to get it, and everyone gets it at different speeds. So it's just a matter of just finding it at your own speed. And for Corpus Christi, there's lessons to be learned here, and that's the thing that I like that CJ's done is CJ goes in with an idea. If it works, cool. If it doesn't work, I'll fix it. The crit builds worked in week 1, came back this week with Gallade, and that's great because Gallade gets an extra boost with its sharpness ability, so you get +2 to crit stage, which I think boosts it to 25% chance, or 25% extra chance. So it's like a 30% chance or something. You're taking the stuff that you're learning and you're going as at your own pace. And obviously, like you said, there's a lot of resources. There's plugins for your browsers. There's other GMs. There's me. I'm going to tell you right now, multiple teams have come to me to ask me about what they should do. I give them an idea, or I give them a team that I would run and say, here you go. That's what I would do. But you got to pilot it. So that's the difference. It's like, okay, well, like, oh, thanks for the team. Like, you can't just take the team and go, okay, this is the team I'm running. You got to be like, okay, why? What are the scenarios? And then it's just, there's levels to it. It's absolutely not normal Pokemon. It's just, you need
and that's
repetition.
That's the advantage of a league like this is week to week you can change your team. You're not locked in. This isn't like you're going down to your local game store and whipping out your Switch and you're locked into what you got. This is you can mess with your EVs, your IVs, your move sets, your items. You're not limited like you are in the hard-coded cartridge world of the Nintendo Switch. So take that with take that little bit of freedom. Definitely, like as a rookie competitive player myself, I encourage my fellow rookie players, take advantage of every tool that you have, or at least most of them.
Yeah, at least most of them.
Yeah, and not to like self-promote or anything, but tomorrow we're going to take a look at our upcoming matchups. We're going to take a look. We might take a look at the season so far, since we're just about halfway. DSPN probably going to come online. We're gonna take a look and see where we go.
Yeah. In fact, I'll actually have the sheets, not the sheets, but the paste and everything. I may or may not be doing them as my commentators, my fellow guest hosts do all the talking. All their talking points. And
yeah, hey, get those replays in there too.
I know I don't have. I realize I'm looking at now. I don't have week 1 in there. All of week 1 or most of week 2 in there. But week 3 is all in there as of right now.
Hey, there we go.
So we're good.
That's all we ask.
Yeah. They're definitely
go back,
gonna be
watch the tape.
Yeah, they'll be all there. All right, let me get the next matchup up and ready for us. We've got. Where am I? There am I. Nope, that's not it. Here we go. There we go. That's the one I want. Aha! We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks and the British Bangers. We've got Arizona is 2-1, and the British Bangers are 1-2. So we may have more 2-2 teams, but there's a tall task for British today. British is in a very similar situation that you were, Didac, with Cambridge, facing a very experienced competitive Pokemon player, and you can tell by the team. Look at this EV spread. There's not a single 252. It is 176, 148, 184. It's very clear. AW looked at math and said, "Oh, I know what I'm doing. Math, yeah. Did the calc, calm mind, Grass Knot, Psychic, Flamethrower, Leftovers, Blaze from Delphi, because Magician is not a great hidden
You got to
ability.
break out the light bulbs and do some math.
Yeah, just can't. I hate this league. Can't just have fun. All right, Johnner, we'll get to you, pal. All right, because I know what your team looks like. Ting Lu coming back off the bench after 2 games on the bench. Earthquake, Whirlwind, Spikes, Rock Slide, Covert Cloak, which is a great new item. Makes the secondary effects of another Pokemon's attack be ignored. So I think that actually would ignore the Meowscarada's Flower Trick from critting. I believe it just removes that ability to crit. I think. I'm not sure.
So
I'm
with
80%
Covert
sure.
Cloak, is that going to keep you from flinching?
Yep.
Or
Yep. So the move will still do damage. It just won't do its extra thing. So if you have a move that will has a secondary ability of paralyzing or putting to sleep or flinching or lowering a stat, that's ignored. That's not happening. It's only going to be the damage. So you could do like Mystical Fire 100% of the time, lowers special attack. But if you have a Covert Cloak, no, it doesn't.
For instance, Typhlosion's Typhlosion Hiswee's Infernal Parade.
Nope, won't do anything.
So it's not going to do that double. Or
Nope.
It's not going to burn, but it's still going to double.
It will. I believe it will still do its the double damage. I'd have to look at the calc to be 100% sure, but I think it would still do the double damage because that's its primary effect, which is the damage, and then the secondary effect is the fact that it has a chance to burn.
30% chance to burn. Yeah.
We got Kilowattrel with heavy duty boots for stealth rocks, and we've got the standard Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Tailwind, Hurricane. Having Hurricane is interesting because Hurricane on Brambleghast, for instance, Brambleghast can come in with its Wind Rider ability, and it's immune to Hurricane, and it gets an attack boost. So then it's like, okay, cool. Thanks for doing that. I'm gonna hit something hard. Because even if you Volt Switch, grass resistant. So we'll see if Orin brought the Brambleghast. Kamala comes out, and I like the Kamala here. It's a sick fuck. It's a sick fuck pick here. So Kamala has a signature ability, Comatose, which it cannot be status, and it's considered to be a Pokemon that is asleep. So it's basically a Pokemon who is asleep at all time, except it's not. It's just
what Snorlax should be.
Right. And Assault Vest is great because it's got some good special defense.
Yeah, Assault Vest Kamala was I mean, it absolutely went hard in Alola. Like
Yes. Yeah.
it was disgusting because you have Sleep Talk, you have Snore, just for steaming moves.
Yeah. But then you've got Knockoff, Rapid Spin, U-Turn, and Earthquake. It's just
it's gross.
Good bolt, good HP, solid attack stat. But the key here is it can't be status. So
it can't be status. You can't poison it. You can't put it to sleep.
Those toxic spikes aren't going to
do anything.
Speaking of toxic spikes, even if Kamala is not around, Sneasler will be. Sneasler can absorb them. Poison Touch, Black Sludge, Close Combat, Dire Claw, Substitute, and Swords Dance. So if Sneasler gets in a good position, it's getting off a Substitute, getting a Swords Dance, and it is going to hurt very much.
I can hear Johnner having a post-traumatic episode now.
Hearing Sneasler. This is the Pokemon I think that would do a lot of damage. This is the week. Iron Bundle has been, I don't want to say it's been the most disappointing first round pick because there's been first round Pokemon that either have gone down just as much and not done any damage, like Hatterene up until this week, or Tinkaton for British, who hasn't even appeared in any game. I just broke it on. Tinkaton hasn't appeared at all. So it's hard to be like, oh, Iron Bundle is the most disappointing first round pick when those type of Pokemon are out here. But it's still disappointing. You look at these stats. You look at 136 speed, 124 special attack, 114 defense. Like, it is a good Pokemon. It is probably on the threshold of Pokemon that would be allowed in the league. And like I know Orin is like, well, why isn't Flutter Mane allowed? It's because Iron Bundle. This is the difference between Iron Bundle and Flutter Mane is Iron Bundle is not been able to kill things for whatever reason, whether it's user error or just the Pokemon. It's not able to kill things. Flutter Mane hits fucking hard. It is going to hurt, and it's also easier for Flutter Mane's ability to be procced in the sun than it is for Iron Bundle's Quark Drive to be activated with electric terrain. So it's just, this is the week. I mean, look, if Iron Bundle doesn't get a knockout, I'm going to start calling it a bust. I'm going to start calling Iron Bundle a bust of a Pokemon. It was overhyped, or either that or I'm going to start calling AW a fraud. One of the two. But before we look at British, what are your thoughts on this week's Diamondbacks team?
The one thing I am looking at is the Sneasler. I've seen I saw it with playing against Hob in our friendly, the Unburden Halucha. Sneasler is the only other Pokemon that gets the Unburden ability that's available to us currently. And Unburden Sneasler is just as dangerous. I'm surprised that we're not seeing the speed game in Sneasler.
I think that's because there's not a lot. We'll look at British. There's not a lot.
We'll look at British. There's not a lot of speed in British. That is true.
And Sneasler has its signature move is Dire Claw, which has a 50% chance to sleep, poison, or paralyze. 50% chance, right? On top of the Poison Touch, which has this Pokemon's contact move of a 30% chance of poisoning. So there's an 80% chance that
80% chance to poison. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. And I mean, it's not 80. The math is weird, but it's still a lot. It's a good chance you at least get poisoned. So, I think it's a 30 of that 50 gets added. Yeah, or it's like it's well, no, it goes so it's like 50% chance, and then it's like, all right, but it might it's weird. But no, if we look at the British bangers, this I helped Orin. I will be open with this before we even get into it. I helped Orin. Orin needed help. Orin was tasked with a bad team. A weird setup and not a lot of options offensively, but defensively. But Meowscarada is a very interesting Pokemon in this generation. Flower Trick always hits a crit. There is no accuracy check. It is a 70% or 70 base power. It gets a stab with grass. So you're looking at a 105 base power move that always crits, that always does 150%. It does 1.5 damage because of the crit. It doesn't need to. There's no accuracy check, so you could double team or sand attack. None of that would matter. It's going to hit. Plus the protein ability, which allows you to change up all that stuff. But the speed is it's the fastest protein user. And Choice Scarf allows it to outspeed Max, Iron Bundle, and Max Speed Sneasler, as long as it didn't have Unburden. So that's where Aerial Ace comes in. Flower Trick would knock out the Iron Bundle. Meowscarada is the key here. It is literally all this extra shit is just setting up Meowscarada.
Yeah, it all rides on Meowscarada for this.
Leftovers Garganical with Salt Cure, Recover, Earthquake, and Curse. Versus Iron, the Iron Defense set that Iron Defense and Body Press set that Orin ran last week against Colorado. The Abomasnow has Assault Vest with Snow Warning, so it gets a defense boost in the snow. It gets 50% boost to its defense and special defense between the snow and the Assault Vest. Blizzard never misses in the snow. Giga Drain for recovery, Earth Power for coverage, Ice Shard for priority to finish off some of these fast Pokemon that get chipped a little bit, especially Kilowattrel. Kilowattrel probably, I think if I remember the calcs right, Kilowattrel goes down at like 35% health and below, dies to an Ice Shard from an Abomasnow with no investment and minus special attack or minus attack. Like, it might have been not minus attack, but either way. Quagsire, leftovers, unaware, recover, toxic, earthquake, and protect. Just stall. Like, it is literally Meowscarada, hurt thing, and everybody else stall out. Toxapeck, black sludge. There's no point in running spikes because you are getting, Sneaser's coming, so you know that there's going to be a Pokemon that can absorb those spikes. So don't run spikes. Haze to undo any speed boosts, any Swords Dance, any drops to your or any like favorable boost to your opponent. Haze, get rid of that, recover, and then go in with a physical Toxapeck, because it gets its physical attack is better than its special attack, and you get more out of it. Like, you're not going to invest in its attack anyways, so you might as well lean into the one that's naturally higher. For chip damage. Again, it's just chip damage. And like, there's some questions of whether you go with Poison Jab, you go with Gunk Shot. I think it gets Venom Drench. Does it get Venom Drench or Venoshock?
Venoshock, yeah.
But Venoshock only works if they're poisoned. So they're not getting poisoned, as it is what it. And you get a 30% chance of poisoning with Poison Jab, so you can still get a poison status. And you still have Toxic with Quagsire, but this way you're not relying on Toxapex being taunted, and then you're like, oh shit, I got nothing. And then Tinkaton makes an appearance with Quick Claw, Knock Off, Thunder Wave, Stealth Rock, and Fake Out. Max Speed. Interesting to run minus attack. I don't know if that's the one I don't think that's the one I gave. I think I did minus special attack, but Orin changed it up a little bit, as he's allowed to do. But with knockoff and fake out, you definitely want the minus attack to be there instead of here, because that's a difference of about 20 base points in your attack. So it's a couple extra percentage. So we'll see if that makes a thing. Mold Breaker is great because Mold Breaker ignores abilities. So we're looking at like Kamala is comatose. If you did have, it's considered to be asleep. Mold Breaker, if you did have spikes out and it does come out with Mold Breaker out there, it will get toxic. But that's not the case. Also, competitive, if it had Volt Absorb, the reason why I suggested to run Mold Breaker is because of this Kilowattrel having Volt Absorb, because it absorbs Thunder Wave normally, but Mold Breaker would ignore Volt Absorb, and it actually wouldn't have paralyzed, because you can't paralyze an electric type, but it wouldn't have given it health. So at the very least, you were good there. So that's that. I have the Diamondbacks winning. I think I have the Diamondbacks 2-0. But like, that's if Orin plays a perfect game. Orin has to play a perfect game, and that's still the best case scenario, I think. Like, a perfect game from Orin is a 2-0 loss to Arizona.
I also have Arizona winning this matchup.
Yeah, so does
I think if Meowscarada goes down early, it's just going to be a long game of just of British just turtling and everything being wasted on Toxapex. Like,
yeah,
that's what I foresee here.
It's gonna be a lot to ask of Orin, and if Orin would like to join us after the game for either winning commentary, post win or post loss, Orin is more than welcome. But we're gonna get this match started. We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks below on your screen, and we've got the British Bangers up top. We've got the first game. Oh, hold on. I have the music on. I need to turn it off in my head. I did not turn. That was loud. It startled me. I'm startled. Wait. Let's go British. Why are you saying wait? All right. So the Arizona Diamondbacks will lead. I can't support myself. That's cheating. Oh. Kilowattrel will lead for Arizona as Meowscarada will lead. And Meowscarada revealing the choice scarf to Arizona on the U-turn. Might have given it away a little bit, but that's still a nice chunk. That's 30%, to a resisted
Yeah,
move.
30% on a resisted move is huge.
Yeah, Garganical will come out. Misses the Hurricane misses. That is big. That is big because now Garganical 100% health can go for an easy Salt Cure, Curse, or even Earthquake because Kilowattrel's going out. Vessel of Ruin, Tinglu coming in, the bulky ground dark type ruinous Pokemon gets the Salt Cure, and the Salt Cure is not going to do a lot of damage right now. But when at the end of this turn, it's going to do a nice little chunk on the Tinglu. Tinglu does not have leftovers, so it is going to get the Tinglu. Actually, oh no, I forgot. Wait, never mind. Covert Cloak does not.
Covert Cloak.
All right, never mind. I didn't realize that when the first time I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, Salt Cure is gone. No.
Covert Cloak. So he's immune from that. That Salt Cure. He's not going to take that chip turn to turn. And here's Toxapex. Toxapex is already at 20%. So the turtle game on Toxapex is not gonna be a factor here.
Nope. And Tinglu ignoring that 30% chance of poison. Tinglu coming out. And Tinglu, I think, gets another spike up here or goes for another Earthquake. Another Earthquake. Quagsire down at 50, but has leftovers, unaware, and recovery with Recover. But does scare because could have Scald, I think it gets Scald now in the DLC. But Kamala coming out just in case a Toxic comes out. There's the Toxic, but
there's
Comatose.
The Toxic, yep.
Comatose said he's sleeping through that. He said, "What's that? What's that?
Can you say something?
You say something to me?" Kamala getting the knockoff, getting the leftovers off of Quagsire, so the passive recovery is gone for Quagsire, but still has the active recovery of Recover, getting the Quagsire back to 90%. An Earthquake from Kamala will do a little bit of chunk, about a fifth of damage, but twice as much going back to Kamala on the Earthquake from Quagsire. The U-turn. And I think we're going to see Kilowattrel come out here because it would make sense with the Earthquake. Oh, it goes to Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle comes out.
Nice to see our little delivery boy.
Yeah, but it takes 35. That physical bulk is impressive, but it's also not. Smart by Orange, scouting out to see what the Iron Bundle is going to do. Now, Iron Bundle has never Melt Ice. It does not have choice spec, so there is freedom to choose. Out comes Abomasnow. The Snow Warning gives both Pokemon, as they're both ice types, 50% boost to their defenses. The Freeze Dry, a neutral damaging attack to the Abomasnow, losing about 27 health, 40 on the turn in between the spikes and the Freeze Dry. Terra on the Abomasnow. We got a Terra Ice to resist a Freeze Dry that we thought was incoming, but Iron Bundle flip turning, revealing that it's not a choice spec item, and Delphox coming in to take what I will presume is a Giga Drain. 15%. I mean, get some health back, but that Delphox is gonna burn you, boy.
Yeah, that Delphox being quad weak to Delphox's fire attacks is not great for about. It's only super effective because it's single type to ice, but still. Yeah. That's gonna be rough.
We got a
Terra when that Terra drops, and Terra Fire huge,
big damage incoming. Nope.
that rock type's gonna resist it.
Garganical is does not care. Just took a Terra Fire, double stab boosted flamethrower from Delphox and said, okay.
Well, and this is what I said back in the preview is the whole the whole like 5/6 of Orin's team is turtle.
It's turtle, but ship. Like we're like, this is the thing. Quagsire's coming back out. It's gonna take another, probably take an Earthquake here. Nope, we're getting a Spike.
We get another level of spikes.
I would have liked to see Orange stayed in there with the Curse and just go for a Curse and get some, because your defensive. Like if the Earthquake from Quagsire, who doesn't have nearly the defense that Garganical has, but is not weak to Earthquake like Garganical is. But the maths out to where Garganical is only going to take 45, 50 is going to live, and you can get recovery and get a curse and maybe waste some time here. But
Quagsire all the way back up to 100 already.
Yeah.
Like,
Tinkaton is out. Oh baby, the first round pick gets its first play of the season.
First appearance.
Takes about 20% on the freeze dry fake out. Nice little fake out. Nice little chip there. Iron Bundle will flinch. Tinkaton, an interesting Pokemon. It's got Mold Breaker. It's a Fairy Steel type, which is very good, but its speed is its best stat, really. Its special defense is also pretty good. So it's a nice switch in, a nice answer for Iron Bundle. By the way, we are turn 20, and neither team has a knockout here. Stealth Rocks will go up for the British Bangers, but Kamala does have Rapid Spin there. Tinkaton goes Quickaton with the Quick Claw. The knockoff knocking off the Assault Vest, taking the Kamala down to about a third of health, and Rapid Spin from Kamala will get rid of the rocks and give it a speed boost. So I believe it will now outspeed Tinkaton aside from the Quick Claw. Quagsire coming back out because it's Quagsire. You can take a hit.
Quagsire.
Nice 20. Now we know it did 40 on the last Earthquake. The U-turn taking Quagsire down to 50. Now this is where you bring out Kilowattrel. That's right.
Yep.
On an Earthquake, because that's you're baiting the switch. So the Kilowattrel is at 71. We haven't seen the Kilowattrel since turn 2. Takes out with the Hurricane, so we get our first knockout. 24 turns in, 6-5, Arizona. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Orin. I'm liking it. Garganical comes out here. I think Garganical now at 50%. You take the Volt Switch. You go for the recovery. You say, I'm not... you're going to Tinglu. Go ahead. Go ahead to Tinglu. And this has been a favorable matchup for AW in Arizona. But I think if Garganical has a chance here with its leftovers. It's got the same amount of health. Set up on a curse and recover, and you can take turns recover. It did 74, so maybe not. Never mind. Oof. All right, never mind.
That's huge.
Yeah. There. All right. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
My math was not mathing at all. I think you should have just let Garganical go down there. You hate to see when my math is not good. Tinkaton did what it could, sacrificing getting sacrificed to Tinglu. It is now 6-4 Arizona. Meowscarada coming out, taking some spike damage. We haven't seen Meowscarada since the first turn. All right. Now we know a flower knockoff gets the Protean. It already was stab already, so it's going to be just dark type now. Wow, 39% on a resist. That's the thing. Meowscarada is strong. Swapping out, bringing out Toxapex. So now you're good if it goes for either a fight, close combat, or Dire Claw, which went for the close combat. Toxapex will resist it, but not enough recovery. Not enough recovery here. Yeah. Oh, swapping out. Okay, so Kilowattrel coming in, and Toxapex getting the recover in. So it'll get back up to around 80, and then if it stays in, it's gonna go down to a Thunderbolt.
Yeah. Now I think being down 4-6, we're gonna start seeing this this game definitely turn in Arizona's favor if there's nothing
that Assault Vest
Thunderbolt there. That Assault Vest though, keeping Abomasnow alive.
Yep, and we got a little bit of it. The Iron Shard, Ice Shard, Iron Shard, Ice Shard did a lot. 57. Wow. I couldn't remember the math. So Kilowattrel very low, and Meowscarada can come in and get that and finish off the Kilowattrel. And there are a couple Pokemon there are 4 Pokemon that are within range of a Meowscarada knocking them out. That Meowscarada does have Aerial Ace, can knock out the Sneasler with an Aerial Ace. We're getting Meowscarada here is going for a Flower Trick. Smart going for the Flower Trick because it's going to knock out or do major damage on whoever comes on out. I kind of wish it was Ting Lu because I want to see if the Covert Cloak ignores critical hits.
Yeah, right.
I can't remember if it does or not, and I'm getting annoyed. Delphox coming in. Delphox will scare Meowscarada out. Delphox also lost its Psychic typing with its Terra, so it is no longer weak to knockoff. Toxapex coming in, though. And the Calm Mind from Delphox. Delphox, I believe, has Psyshock as its Psychic move. It also has Grass Knot. For the Garganacl.
And as a Nuzlocke player, you start to learn your mnemonics a little bit. Having Psyshock over Poison type, that having Mind over Matter.
Oh man! All right, so I had Psychic, so it didn't. It still did a lot of damage, but that's an interesting because we saw if I remember right, we saw Flower Trick or no, we didn't see Flower Trick on this. No, because it came in after. Toxapex getting knocked out there. Sorry, everybody. Delphox getting the KO. It is 5-2, but there is room to be made. Meowscarada outspeeds everything, and there's a lot of low health. Knockoff will get the boost to its damage on the item, and it will take out Delphox.
Because it is a physical attack, with that defense lowered on Delphox, that is absolutely going to guarantee that knockout.
Sneasler coming in, and now here's the thing: Sneasler going to get the knockout here. Does it go for the close combat or the Dire Claw? Goes for the close combat. It is minus defense. There is room here for Meowscarada.
There's room for Meowscarada to actually reverse sweep this entire
Flower Trick will take out Kilowattrel. It will take out Iron Bundle. It might take out Sneasler. We have to see if it'll take out Sneasler. Kilowattrel coming in to get the sacrifice to get rid of the defense. Boy, the Flower Trick goes off. Protein activates. Kilowattrel goes down. It is 3-1. I think AW is thinking about it. AW is thinking, oh boy, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Yeah. What is the math on this? What is the math?
Here we are, turn 40.
Ooh.
Turn 40.
Wow. Had to switch out. Dire Claw finishing off the Meowscarada. Hats off to Orin. Played an incredible game. Played as well as one could in that situation. Did everything to get... look, we're going to look at this. Iron Bundle is at 57%. It's dead. It's dead.
It's dead to a... that's absolute death.
Ting Lu's going to take some damage. I don't know the maths. I'm going to do the maths while we're interviewing Orin. Orin, thank you for joining us. And the Sneasler holding on by a thread. Do a little... Could have got maybe a little... If you get more chip on the Sneasler throughout. Yeah. But hats off to Orin. Orin, welcome.
Thank you.
Very impressive. Even in defeat. Very impressive in defeat. That is saying something. Somebody who is not experienced in competitive Pokemon to the point where you've asked me several times, what is competitive Pokemon?
Yep. What is Pokemon?
What is Pokemon, you know? Last week you brought the Abomasnow with Subseed Protect and was wondering why snow, your hail wasn't doing any damage, and then I told you that's
a lot of things change in this gen. I was like, oh, okay.
That is true. A lot of things did change, but you know what did not change? Your heart. Very proud of you as your pal. I will be a biased broadcaster in saying that I was rooting for you. I wanted you to pull it off. You lost 3-0. I think a lot of people going into this would have been like, oh boy, British is gonna get steamrolled. No, you came in and you did really well. The couple of things maybe different. Maybe on a couple of those turns with Quagsire recovering on some switches, just challenge, keep some pressure on. But I think you did well. I think you did really well. I think Tinkaton showing up could have done a little bit more. But especially with having Mold Breaker, being able to ignore the Comatose from Kamala could have done a little bit. Could have got a Thunder Wave off and still got it poisoned or get it paralyzed. At the very least, buy you some turns potentially. I love the Quick Claw. I love that being your item. Just really good, man. Really good. How did you feel about this matchup afterwards?
I wish I had a Spikes clue. I wish I had the whole time. I was just thinking, shit. I wish I had Rapid Spin or something. I don't know if Defog gets rid of them.
Defog will.
Defog will. Yep.
Okay. So I wish I had that on one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I was also thinking maybe I should have bought a Screamtail instead of Tinkaton. But I'm not entirely sure what Screamtail would have done. Also, AW was so mad I didn't have Spit Ops or Pikachu.
A lot to be made. You picked up Spite Ops this week for more hazards. I mean, you see the impact. I mean, those just 2 layers of spikes chipped a lot, and just put you behind the 8 ball, because even with the amount of recovery you had with like leftovers and Black Sludge, like 2 layers of spike is doing 16 damage, 16%. You're not getting that back. You're getting 1/16 of health, back. So you're not even getting.
Yep.
You're losing 16%, and you're getting back 1/16. It's just not, the math is not in the favor when you're doing that.
I wholly thought that he would come out with Iron Bundle first. And so when he came out, I was just like, oh, okay. Off the cuff it is.
Well, when we talked about it, the plan was for you, if it wasn't Iron Bundle and if it wasn't Sneasler, the plan was to U-turn out of there. And in hindsight, maybe that wasn't the right play, because you could have just swapped out and kept the secret that you had, Choice Scarf. But then when you had Choice Scarf, you reveal Choice Scarf on turn 1, it sets him up a little bit. Goes, oh, okay, so Meowscarada is faster than everything. Got it. Good to know. Like, Meowscarada is faster than one of my fastest Pokemon. Good to know. Great. Good. And that's the thing, is sometimes you learn. You got to be like, oh, okay, like my Pokemon's supposed to be the fastest. And I feel like you had that incident the other week, Orin, if I can remember right, where you were like, why is he faster than my team? Or maybe, what? I was thinking it was Bask. Bask had the revelation that Kilowattrel was faster than most of his Pokemon, and that Sneasler had Unburden, or Sneasler was now moving faster than his Pokemon when it shouldn't have. So something happened. He's like, what's going on? And it's just repetition, just learning the game. Didac, as another general manager in the league, do you have any questions to ask of Orin?
Not of this match in particular.
Okay.
I was impressed, Orin, I'll say this. I was impressed by the defensive game of your team. The recoveries and being able to stretch that game out to what could have been a very short game. Stretching that out to 40 turns is admirable. Being able to just castle like that. But looking ahead, we've mentioned it earlier. It is we are next week, halfway point of the season, and you are currently, as I look at this, 1-3.
Yep.
So you are, now's the time. I mean, as a fellow rookie VGC player, what's
just
kind of your
competitive
takeaways
Pokemon.
from?
VGC, yeah, VGC is the doubles format.
Yeah, for competitive
Yeah.
Pokemon, you're as a fellow rookie competitive player, I should say. Thank
it's
you.
all good. All good.
Thank you. We're halfway through the season. What are kind of your thoughts going ahead, closing out like the first half? You've got Corpus Christi next week, and then looking at the rest of the schedule, you've got San Antonio in week 6. You've got Long Island on week 7. Let's see, Minnesota. You've also got a very, very difficult schedule going into the second half of the year. What's kind of your thoughts going forward?
Well, I've got a few options. First is don't lose. That's always the best option.
It's a good option.
Yeah, it's usually the best option.
Yeah.
Don't lose.
Just
Or
don't
at least
lose.
don't lose big.
I have a friend who's also gonna try and coach me, so I'm bringing in a coach.
Oh, okay.
Who's gonna try and give advice here and there to what Pokemon to bring in.
All right. I like it. I like a assistant coach.
I think I might do some more trades
Ooh.
to try and get another. I think I need a strong special attacker.
You do. I'm gonna look. Let me make sure before I comment on it. But yeah, I think that's one of the things I wrote down as team needs.
Yeah, I think I need a strong special attacker, so I might try and do some trades, but I really do want to try and keep the main team I've got and make it work. Even though I've pretty much just settled into making this is as painful as I can be for the other team.
you really have, and you made the pick up of Spite Ops. You dropped Bombardier, picked up Spite Ops, and you saved some money in that. You have now 3 points in cap, which gives you some room to maneuver around. I do think you just have a lot of defensive Pokemon, which is very funny. I'm looking forward to. Do you and Minnesota play each other? I don't know if you guys do. You face Corpus Christi, Long Island.
Oh, they do play each other.
Oh, yes, week 8, perfect. Don't change your team. I don't want to see. Don't get rid of anything. I just want you to bring all your defensive Pokemon and one offensive Pokemon and just just counter everything. Like that's the thing is
to bring Pikachu in at some point.
You do.
I need to bring Pikachu in, but I also think I'm just going to drop Flareon. I think I'm going to drop Flareon, and then I have the extra 3 plus whatever Flareon is worth, and then I can try and pick up something that
would give
worth
you
in that area.
That would give you 8. So you there are some. If I'm looking at 8 right now, you do have some good Pokemon. There's Satitan, who at 8 there is Frostmoth as a special attacker. That's an option. Hoopa, the regular Hoopa, Didac drafted it. The psychic ghost type. You really want to, if you really want to be a dickhead, Toedscruel's there. The standard, the Jotonian form of Typhlosion.
I picked up Brambleghast just off seeing one video on YouTube of some guy doing a short of him sweeping a team with Brambleghast and having someone do Tailwind at the beginning part. I saw that one video. I was like, thinking I'm picking it up just for the memes. And then and I don't know how to use Brambleghast in most of my teams because I have to sacrifice something to set up a Tailwind.
So Brambleghast would have been a good bring this week because of his Hurricane from.
But I have to know when he's going to use Hurricane.
Right, and that's the thing is you just got to be like, what's his best move? Like, against like Quagsire, right? That's when he used Hurricane. He used Hurricane on Quagsire. He's not going to use Thunderbolt, and he's not going to use Volt Switch because you have a ground type. So that's where you can be like, okay, what are his options? Because he's an electric flying type. I have a water ground type. he can't use his electric types against me, so he has to use his flying type moves against me. And because Hurricane is a wind move, and that's the thing, he's not immune to flying type moves, he's immune to wind moves. So that includes also Heat Wave, which against Colorado, should you face Colorado, that is a great, Brambleghast is a great bring because he's got 2 Pokemon who have Hurricane and Heat Wave, and they're both wind moves.
So I was also that Ting Lu, I was wondering why. Okay, right, he's not taking any damage from Silk Cure.
Yes.
Like, what is going on? Like, I did not know that until now because I just did not watch the replay because I was just like, I've got shit to do.
It's also like you don't know what he's got, so like you don't know that he's got Covert Cloak unless you were like, hey, like, why didn't you take any damage? Like,
yeah,
you're like, oh, because you had Covert Cloak. That makes sense.
So I was wondering what I could do as a whole to try and get a stable team, but I can also keep Pikachu and the boy with a hat.
Like, I just want my boy with a hat. I just want the hat man.
Bidops, I still don't know how I'm gonna play in.
You just picked them up, so you also there's also an element to that where you have to figure out, all right, where do I add this new Pokemon? But your opponent next week is Corpus Christi, who is also coming off of a loss. How do you feel about that matchup against Corpus Christi?
Let me see their roster real quick.
Love it. That's how you know. We've got Didac who can tell you what Corpus Christi's 5th Pokemon on the roster ate for breakfast, because Didac's scouting. He's got scouting with a fine-tooth comb, and Oren's like, I don't even know who my opponent is next week. I'll figure it out.
I watched the whole thing, and then I just don't retain information. I just like you.
Yeah.
I've now started taking if anyone's done IT here, I've ever seen like online courses. I'm doing the Odin project. So I'm just doing, even though I've done it all before, I'm just relearning how to do like HTML stuff. So my brain today is just like learning, huh? No,
no, don't want to do that.
No.
Don't want that. Nope. Don't want that. So they've got
delayed Charizard.
Yep,
so he has a mix of special and physical attacking.
Yes,
but he has no tanks.
No. He's got Donphan. He's got
Donphan, yeah.
Which isn't a terrible tank. But also, like, he also has Miss Magus is kind of can be bulky. Braviary, Unova Braviary could also be bulky. Rillaboom can be bulky. Primeape with Eviolite can be bulky. So there's some stuff to worry about. You got to look at it through. Also, at the very least, the replays might not be on there, but all the Pokepastes are there. So you can absolutely go back and see all the teams that he's run thus far.
I think I
season.
have an idea of who he would pick against me. But I think I know how, even if I stayed with the same team, I think I know how to build my team to counter that.
Okay. All right.
Yep, and it is worth noting, in both Braviary and Donphan, he does have those terrain clearing options.
Yep.
I'm not going to rely too much on terrain clearing. I probably will have a Pokemon have terrain clearing myself now.
Yeah, you need to get rid of those. You need the hazard control. If there's one thing we're learning these next couple weeks, hazard control is key. Even just the threat of it. Like, Didac had to bring Sableye because it didn't really have a hazard control. Have to bring Sableye to shut down the Clodsire. Clodsire doesn't come and you're like, fuck. Like, but prepared for that as well. You're like, all right, I'm gonna have Will-O-Wisp, I'm gonna have Foul Play, I'll have Taunt, I'll have, I'll have stuff. We'll be okay. But just having hazards is the threat enough. You have to consider, you have to respect it. Oren, while you are 1-3,
yep,
still have to. This is a moral victory for you this week. Took a team worked out a team. Again, used your resources, used people around you that know a little bit about competitive Pokemon, looked at what would work for your team, and said, "Here you go. Like, you just have to play this team and hope you play it right, like, and hope everything break right for you, and maybe you get a 1-0 victory." And that's just you did really good. I'm proud of you, bud.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, what did you tell me about Jonna?
I didn't tell you anything about John. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't tell you anything about John.
You didn't tell me to brag that I got 3. He only got.
Oh
2.
no, I didn't tell you that. No, you said that. You pointed out that to me. You pointed out that you lost 3-0. No, see, you told me. You said, "How can I stick this to Johnner?" And I said, "I don't know. Like, why do you want to stick it to Johnner? Like, he lost 4-0. Like, why? He's got to deal with that. Like, that is what he has to. He lost to Arizona. Johnner lost to AW 4-0, right? And you lost 3-0. I said, that's fine. You don't even need to brag about that. You know, Oren, you can just rest on that. You don't even have to puff your chest out. You don't have to tell everybody that the British Bangers lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks 3-0, while the Long Island Ducklets lost 4-0. You don't need to talk about that. You don't need to puff your chest out and bring that up.
This league sucks. This league sucks. This league sucks.
Whoa. Who gave Long Island a hot mic?
This freaking guy. Oren, thank you so much. Good luck in your matchup next week. Looking forward to seeing you grow.
I'll probably reach out and ask if there are any improvements on the team that I make.
I'm here for everybody. I'm not here just for I'm here for everybody. We're all pals here. And I know in talking to AW, talking to Hob, talking to Pat, there are experience, and Johnner, but good luck getting Johnner to help you. There are plenty of people who have experience with competitive Pokemon in the community, in this league, that are down to assist, down to help, and just do it. Johnner said, I will help everyone. I'll
help.
Yeah, and Didac will help too. Didac might not have experience with the predictions.
What's the damage calculator, by the way?
If you just go to Pokemon Showdown, there is an actual calculator option on. But if you're looking for, Didac has a plugin for Firefox.
For Firefox, yeah.
For Firefox, so if you use Firefox for Showdown, he's got a plugin. There's a plugin he found that has like a nice little visually pleasant to look at calculator that will be up on. So, but thank you. Good luck in your matchup. We've got a premium battle to get to, and boy, is it a premium one.
Thank you for having me. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck to you. I don't need luck. I'm the I'm the
no,
host.
you need luck to commentate.
You're right. You're right. Didac, we've got our premium matchup, buddy.
Oh, let's go.
It is the undefeated San Antonio Sviel taking on the 2-1 Long Island Ducklets. We're going to look at the Ducklets first. They're the home team. They're 2-1. I'm already giddy about this set. Johnner and me talked about this set a little bit. Johnner told me, I don't know if I'm going to do that. And then the motherfucker went and did it. But he went and put his own little twist on it. He said, hey, I said, you know what? Lando does have pretty solid special attack, and that would be you catch people off guard. Sure, it's got 145 base attack, and its special attack is 40 points lower, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Still pretty respectable. And yeah, Earth Power, Sandstorm, Weather Ball, and Stealth Rock. I love the Sandstorm Weather Ball tech.
That's pretty great. Not gonna lie.
I am because it does one of two things, right? So as we all know, San Antonio is the weather team of this league. They have both Torkoal and Pelipper. They have the rain and the sun teams. They have Walking Wake and Volcanion, who can benefit from both weathers. They have Roaring Moon and Volcarona. I always get Volcanion and Volcarona. Need to make sure I say that right. Iron Moth as well takes advantage of the sun. On the rain side, they got Overquill. Roaring Moon can also take advantage of it. They went and picked up Electrode, the Cantonian Electrode, who can take advantage with like thunders in the rain, not missing at all. So very good stuff. And Johnner said, I'm going to say fuck your weather, and I'm going to put up a sandstorm, and then I'm going to throw on Weather Ball, so I get 100 base power rock, 100 accuracy, 100 base power rock move that is super effective to most of your fucking team.
I mean, it's a good tactic, you know.
Disgusting. He brought the Burb, he brought the Murkrow with Damp Rock to set up Rain Dance, Thunder Wave, Taunt, U-turn.
Ooh,
This is disrespectful.
boy.
This is disrespectful. He said, "I'd only need 5 Pokemon to beat you. I'm bringing the
And
Murkrow."
Prankster.
Well, yeah,
And he's got Prankster.
Well, that's the beautiful thing is if Sun does get set up, Murkrow can immediately get rid of it and say, no. I say, nay, you don't get your boost. You don't get your boost. You don't get your fire type move gets a 50% boost. You don't get your photosynthesis. Good day, sir. The Thunder Wave to slow down some Pokemon, Taunt to shut down hazards or any setup on anybody but Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is immune to Taunt from Murkrow because Prankster Dark type Pokemon are immune to Prankster, and then the U-turn just get out of dodge.
Yeah, just get out.
Yeah. Samurott, the Hisuian Samurott, Assault Vest. I like Assault Vest on Hisuian
Assault Vest Samurott is just so good.
Now, this is where it's interesting because the Roaring Moon can really kind of wall Samurott here. Cecil's Edge,
Yeah.
Ranger Shell, and Knockoff. But the Sacred Sword with Sharpness saying, no, I don't care. It's going to do damage. I want to buy Ogerpon. Ogerpon's not in this series. We're waiting until after probably the next DLC. After the next season's probably after the other DLC. So we're just gonna do everybody on that one. Orin, don't worry.
I would lobby to not have Ogerpon in the league. I've come up against it in Ubers, and it's disgusting.
We probably won't have Ogerpon, at least maybe
any of the versions of Ogerpon. There's 3 versions.
We might not.
And
There's
all
4.
disgusting.
There's 4.
There's 4, and they're all disgusting.
Technically 5 if you want to be like, oh, like, you don't want to run a mask for some reason, like it doesn't make sense. Then we've got Hisuian Electro with Life Orb, Terra Fairy this week. That's good because you've got Walking Wake is neutral to ice, so it's a better Farfetch. Volt Switch, Leaf Storm, Thunder in case they do bring the rain, so that's smart. And then Terra Blast for a fairy type move. Speed. As long as Roaring Moon doesn't get a dance up, then it will still outspeed. Slacking, I was going to call him Snorlax because he's the lax, but it's Slacking. Choice Band, Ice Punch, Giga Impact, Drain Punch, and Knockoff. Just great. Look, I just love this. I love this little. Look, it's encroaching on the. It's taking up the space.
That's getting into blissy levels of attack stat.
460 base attack. 400. And then Iron Valiant with the boost energy, which is important because it will improve its speed, and it will be able to outspeed the Walking Wake in the sun. Great prep here by Johnner. Now the question is, there's some good coverage here for the rain, but like Murkrow in the rain, it has Rain Dance, so it's kind of useless. Sure, you have Electrode. You have Electrode, and Samurott gets a boost to its Razor Shell, but I mean Thunderbolt would be nice, and it's still fast. But Swift Swim, Overquill can hit it with a poison move, and it hurts. Water type move, Terra Blast or Aqua Jet, one of the two, or Liquidation hurts. Intimidates the Slacking, so it gets scary. It gets real scary real quick. If he brings the ring.
Yeah, looking at this, it's dependent on what San Antonio's bringing this week. If they're bringing a Sun team, then we see this John or Rain team being just fine. If we see the Water team, if we see the Rain team, it's not gonna be good for Long Island.
Yeah, no, it's if the rain comes, but at the same time, why would you expect the rain to come? Why would you expect rain? Why, if you look at San Antonio has won their 2 matches handedly with the sun. Why would you bring rain? Why would they change anything up, right? Why would you think that? And if you're asking, wow, Grumm, you're really setting up. You're really like going heavy. He definitely brought. I just broke my pen because I was fucking around with it. I just broke the clip, so it's fine. I did break it.
Put it in your pocket anymore.
I broke it clean, so it doesn't have the weird like edge there. So that's good. If you're saying Grumm, you're really leaning into it because he clearly brought it. You're leaning to it. You're giving it away. He brought the rain. Now you're thinking, wait, Grumm, but now you're acknowledging that you leaned in heavy foreshadow. He definitely didn't bring it, right? And now you're thinking, what did he bring? And I'll tell you, he brought the sun. He didn't change anything.
He brought the sun. Okay. Yeah. So I mean,
he brought the sun. He didn't change anything.
He brought both versions of the moth too.
Yeah, which is what he's been doing in the sun. But Torkoal with Heat Rock, so you're going to get 8 turns of the sun, Overheat, Rapid Spin, Stealth Rock, Will-O-Wisp. That's basically what he's been running his Torkoal. Walking Wake with Choice Specs. Photosynthesis in the sun will get it a speed boost. Hydro Steam gets a boost in the sun. Flamethrower gets a boost in the sun. Draco Meteor and Dragon Pulse are good stab. Roaring Moon will get an attack boost in the sun. Life Orb, Dragon Dance setup will be killer. Crunch, Earthquake, Ironhead. Ouchie. I like the Ironhead because if you can get a setup on the, if you can get a Dragon Dance off, you will outspeed a Terra Fairy or Terra Ice Electrode. Volcanion with Heavy Duty Boots, which smart to bring because again, a lot of hazard threats. You have Iron Tread, you have Cecil's Edge, Samurott, you have Stealth Rock from Landorus. Scary Water Absorb. It can switch in on some Razor Edge. Were you say something, Danik?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I saw your light go up. Steam Eruption, Flamethrower Substitute, and Sludge Bomb from for Volcanion standard set. Like the Substitute, if you can take advantage and get a setup, get behind a Substitute, get 2 hits in, because it is bulky. Look, I mean, 330 HP. Its defense naturally sits at 276. Special defense is not terrible, but interesting sets here. Like 211 speed doesn't outspeed any. Oh, it outspeeds the Samurott and the Burb. But actually no, it doesn't outspeed the Burb.
Nope, just outspeeds the Samurott.
Just the Samurott. So it's a interesting set there. Iron Moth, your booster energy with its Quark Drive, so it'll get a special attack boost. Toxic Spikes, Sludge Wave, Flamethrower, Morning Sun for recovery, and Volcarona will run a similar Morning Sun set with Will-O-Wisp, Flamethrower, and Quiver Dance. Which only having Flamethrower with Quiver Dance is very interesting. Simply because Samurott's there and Samurott can resist it and hit it back. So it's just like, interesting. A Bug Buzz I probably would have ran Bug Buzz over Flamethrower because it's still super effective against the Hisuian Electrode. It doesn't deal with the Glaive, but the Glaive's special defense is pretty down, so you could probably get away with it a little bit more. I guess maybe Tornado or Landorus does resist it with flying type. So, but I guess you don't want it out in front of the Samurott anyway. So, what's the matter? So, I in my official preview that never got released because I didn't finish it before I remembered I had homework. I have the Ducklets winning 1-0, but I think this is kind of like similar. It's going to be similar to the feeling that we got with the Aussie and the Colorado match, except there won't be a moment where somebody's up 3-0 or 6-3. I think it'll be like 6-5, 5-5, 5-4, 4-4, 3-4, 3-3, 3-2, 2-2, 1-2, 1-1, and that's how it's gonna finish. It's just gonna be like
it's gonna be a back and forth.
Who did you predict?
I got San Antonio.
So our community, by the way, correctly predicted the following matches leading up to this. It correctly had the Cambridge winning. Correctly had Pig's Eye getting the win over Boston, which officially you did.
Yep.
Confirmed to have 50-50 split on the Aussie and Colorado. Correctly had Arizona. Correctly had Minnesota. Correctly had Cambridge. And they have San Antonio. So they are. Was that 6?
They're 6 for 6 so far.
6 or 5-0-1. Because they didn't pick a winner or a loser. So they are 5-0-1. They are going for the sweep. I think myself I am as well. I did have Colorado beating did I have Aussie? Oh, they might get a game up on me if they get this one right. So this is me trying to keep pace with the rest of y'all. Oh, I did have the illusion winning. So I had the illusion wrong. Okay. So I am at 5-1, and the community is at 5-0-1. So I had the Ducklets though. So I have a chance to go 6-1. They have a chance to be 5-1-1 or 6-0-1. So, or I can be 5-2, I guess. But we've got ourselves a nice little game. AW, hey, AW, real quick. Before we get into this, I do want to ask you, congrats on your win. What did you think about that team that Oren had? AW. Oh boy. Did AW just came in to listen. I made him speechless. Yeah, that team I made for Oren made him speechless. Okay, never mind. Oh wait, AW, we have life from AW.
Can you hear me?
Yes, again. Yes.
The team you built for Oren?
Yes.
It was a gross team to fight against.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was exactly what I was hoping to not fight. So, well done.
Thank you. I just used what I had at my thing. Did you? So I know AW. I told you a little bit about this team that Johnner was going to be running, because you had already faced him, so it didn't matter. You get no intel. You already faced him once, so you already know what his team could potentially be. Just what do you think about this about this set here of Earth Power, Sandstorm, Weather Ball, special attacking Lando?
It's pretty fucked up set, but it's
right,
one of those that you could catch
Johnner.
someone completely by surprise.
We did it, Johnner. We got a fucked up set. Got a fucked up set. Also, if you were facing Johnner and Johnner brought Murkrow, is that disrespectful? As a Pokemon draft league of your experience.
I don't think that's disrespectful.
Okay.
I guess it depends what the set is, but I think bringing it is not super disrespectful.
Yeah, it's Damp Rock, Rain Dance, Thunder Wave, Taunt, U-Turn.
Nah, that's not too disrespectful.
Okay.
Like if Oren would have brought in the Pikachu, that's disrespectful.
All right. Also, real quick, since I got you on the mic, your next matchup next week is against the Trick Room Aussie team.
That's against. I haven't looked at that.
Yes. That is your next opponent. Pikachu would have messed you.
Don't feel great about that one, but
okay.
We'll find a way.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Aussie Marcus lost this week to Colorado, 2-0. It was very close. Many people in the chat were chanting "Fight Forever" and also Match of the Year. Pray for Baton Pass. Yeah, I need to make sure Marcus knows he can't use Baton Pass next year next season we might do baton pass but no stat passing. So as to unlock some plays, you know. So yeah. But yeah, we've got our premium matchup. We've got Johnner, we've got Burger, we've got the San Antonio Sphere up top. You can't see Burger's avatar behind his wall of moths. Winged beasts, and then you have Johnner, who looks like a real paisano.
He's
looks
a
like
real
a real
stand-up guy.
looks like a real paisano. On the bottom here, Long Island Ducklets, and we have ours. Did I turn the music off?
Fine, I'll go rewatch The Sopranos.
And we begin our premium matchup, the final matchup of week 4 between the San Antonio Sphere, who lead with Torkoal as they have the previous 3 weeks to get that sun up immediately. And there it is, the special attacking Landorus. Now, we don't know if the roll is going to be the good kind of roll, but it is the good kind of roll because you got the life orb. Torkoal going down immediately. And the silence from San Antonio can be heard in Long Island. Just
the game is afoot.
Immediately, no hazards, no nothing, no hazards, no status, just sun. That's it. And Walking Away gets the speed up for an incoming Hydro Steam, which Samurott. That did an impressive chunk with an assault vest.
It did a good chunk, even with that assault vest and resistance. So,
that's a little scary. Volcanion coming in, going to take what is likely a knockoff. Oh, and the Ceaseless Edge. Oh wow. Oh, it's crit.
Ooh.
Okay, that's why it crit.
yeah.
All right. It's like wow, it did a lot of damage. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. No knockoff, silly. I thought you had knockoff. Did you not have? You had knockoff. Oh, you have Sacred Sword. That's the other one. No, you have knockoff. You have knockoff. Yeah, you have knockoff. I'm gonna look at this again. There's Ceaseless Edge getting a second layer of spikes up. Roaring Moon down to 56. I thought I took Prio. I don't think you did take Sucker Punch. The Earthquake. Oh.
Ooh.
Smart to not get greedy and go for the Dragon Dance, but might actually have been the right call because I think a certain ball of seed is coming. The Swift is out. The Electrode, the Hisuian Electrode, about to Terra Fairy and is about to knock out Roaring Moon, the second in the league in knockouts, going down second for his team. Whew. It's 5-4. So far my prediction is right? It was 6-5, then it was 5-5, now it's 5-4. And there's not much. Volcarona is really the only Pokemon. I guess Iron Moth could have also come in to resist, but Volcarona going to take the Volt Switch, which did about a third of damage. Slacking comes in. This is gonna be scary. Quiver Dance going up, and see, this is where there was no protect. There was no protect on any of the Pokemon here, so Volcarona needs to do something and goes for the Will-O-Wisp instead of getting the chip damage with Flamethrower, making sure it gets the lands. I mean, it still has to land to get the burn, but to guarantee a burn. But Giga Impact will take out the Volcarona. It is now 5-3. The sun is gone and the Lax must recharge. Slacking is burnt and relaxing by the pool. And Volcanion is half infinity is still infinity. I mean, that's true. Yeah, half of infinity is still infinity. Flamethrower doing a good 58%. And the Slacking will take 30, get a little chip from burn, bringing it down to 30%. Swaps out for the Earth, for the Landorus.
Welcome to Earth.
Now, if Volcanion went for Sludge Bomb, but got the poison. But
Did get the poison. That's pretty good.
Steam Eruption probably would have been the better call. But I guess they were predicting either the Iron Valiant or the Hisuian Electrode. But bad predict. Earth Power getting another knockout for Landorus. Landorus is going to be about 1/3 health itself. So it is 5-2, but they do have a Murkrow who's not the strongest attacker, and Landorus and Slacking are both low. Landorus will fall, get sacked here, so that no one else needs to get mollywopped by Iron Moth. And out comes Iron Valiant, whose booster energy will themselves activate their speed, so they now will outspeed the Iron Moth. And Psychic did not get the kill. That is unfortunate. Sludge Wave will get the kill. So Iron Moth can
mount a little bit of a comeback here.
It is going to get outsped by a Slacking though, and also by Electrode, who will probably hit a Volt Switch here. Volt Switch coming in.
Yep.
So all that's left is a Choice Spect Walking Wake, who probably, I mean, Hydro Steam, even though it's not in the sun, Hydro Steam is still the best move here. It's stab, it hits everything for neutral damage, and Walking Wake is still, well, I was gonna say still pretty fast, but never mind. Thunder Wave.
Takes that Thunder Wave. It's gonna go second every turn now. And it's gonna have a chance to not do anything.
Went for the Flamethrower. Interesting. That is an interesting move here. Flamethrower does not get a stab attack. Hydro Steam would have gotten a stab attack. The rain, and now the rain. Hydro Steam would look so good right now. The Flamethrower in the rain. He said, "Nah, if you're gonna use Flamethrower, man, I'm gonna put the water out." So rain's gonna suppress this. Gonna do half as much, and hits the U-turn. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is just going
Slacking coming
completely
in.
the opposite way.
If there's a paralysis, it's gonna be a 3-0 game. Oh, the Flamethrower in the rain does not get the kill, but the burn will, giving the knockout to Volcarona. And we've got a 2-1 game, but there's not much you can do because Electrode's there, and Electrode can absolutely just finish this off.
Electrode can end this right here.
Terra Blast for the win.
Yep.
And San Antonio will fall. We have one undefeated team remaining in the league. I feel like my games increase the length of these recaps by double. Well, that's the thing, Oren. They actually don't, because I can cut out a lot. It is nice when I'm like, oh, I don't need. There's not so much action, so I can cut to the next couple of turns. Oh, sorry, I had to burp. We need that to be there. Okay, good. And I need that to be there. All right, perfect.
Can I rescind a take real quick?
You want to rescind a take? Yes.
Yeah. I didn't think bringing Murkrow was disrespectful, but the way he used it at the end was super disrespectful.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, Johnner's here. Welcome. Come on.
Hold on.
Johnner, welcome to the show.
Hold on.
No, wait. Before you talk, I say that in a very proud way. I love that you used it disrespectfully. That is not slanderous. I love the way you used it, but it was disrespectful.
At that point, he needed to die so Electro can come in and end it. However, between the Flamethrower and the paralysis, I just didn't think it was ever going to happen. I had no way to kill. The only attack move I had was U-turn. I had to get out of there. It just is what it is.
I do think that
could I have used Murkrow sooner? I think there was different switches, but that's hindsight.
Putting up the rain after he's locked into.
Well, he used Flamethrower. Yeah,
that was exactly my point.
That was
yeah.
They're like, nah, fuck this. I'm not even letting you get a crit.
just-
I'm not even risking a crit killing here.
Go
Fuck
to
you.
hell. Yeah.
That's his fault for locking in the Flamethrower. What do you want? That's
true.
not me being disrespectful.
That is true. Punish.
Talk your
It
shit.
was.
Yeah. Speaking of talking your shit, Johnner, welcome in. Congrats on taking down one of the two remaining undefeated teams. There is only one undefeated team remaining in this Cambridge Clodsires who do they have yet to face any of the top of the league, really. They have not faced Arizona. They have not faced San Antonio. They have not faced Minnesota. They have not faced you. So as it stands right now, how are you feeling going into the almost the second half of the season? You have one game before you get to the week 5. Let me just look here. You have next week the matchup against Birmingham. You're going to face, actually, Cornman is here, so Cornman gets to hear directly from your mouth how you're going to play against Cornman in Cornman's first ever DSPL game.
I'm not sorry for what's going to happen in our game whenever we have it. I've said it the entire season. I should be feared. I come in here with, knowledge from ancient times. Been playing this for far too long. I don't have the mindset of the newer generation, but my skills from back in the day have gotten me where I am right now. I don't care for standings in the terms of who's got the most knockouts and this and that. I just want the W. I've been getting those W's. I lost once, that is true. And that's because of Sneasler, but I haven't made that same mistake. That is you. That Sneasler has haunted me still. I hate seeing it every time it comes up. But I'll never lose to a Sneasler like that again.
Yeah. So
and I hope Cambridge, I hope they go undefeated until the very last week, because I want to take that title away from both undefeated players.
That's ballsy. I like that. I like that. Build up your opponent. I like that. As it stands, we talk. I wish Sandy was here, because then Sandy can kind of like twist the knife in you again, because he did it last week, of talking about how you kind of let Pokemon faint, and if you were concerned about that really costing you at all, because while you do not have the tiebreaker against Arizona, so maybe this point is a little bit irrelevant, but you are 2 back in difference from Arizona, 3 back of Minnesota. Are you concerned at all with some of your switch-ins late in games that have been wins? Like against Corpus Christi, you could have been a 4-0 victory. It ended up being a 3-0 victory. This week, you swapped into slacking, because presumably you wanted slacking to get the kill, because it's slacking
at the end there. No, the reason I switched into slacking is because it was either slacking or Mirko were going to die. There's no avoiding it, and it was a matter of I didn't want to sit there and wait for Mirko to die. I was just, I didn't want to.
The other option was bringing in, Electrode, who at this point you made a fairy type, removing its weakness to grass, and could have taken a flamethrower in the rain. And
I don't know. I don't remember if because I know crit doesn't, like, you can lower special attack all you want. 1 crit ignores it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it ignores weather, so I wasn't gonna risk that.
Right. It does.
I could have sat there and Googled everything. It just.
Yeah. No, I get you. Thank you, Hashret. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We're finishing up. We have our winning general manager Johnner of the Long Island Ducklets, who are now in 5th place, which I think you just jumped you from. Let me see. I think you were 5th place last week too. Yeah, you were 5th place. So you don't move at all in the standing, but you do keep pace with the rest of the people in front of you. We're taking a look at the set standings now. Cambridge is 4-0 with a 14 differential. You beat San Antonio. So San Antonio, Minnesota, and Arizona and Long Island are separated by basically 4 knockouts, 4 differentials, which is very tight, very, very tight. Pig's Eye is currently in 6th place because they have the difference over Aussie. They have a 1 difference, and Aussie has a -1. Colorado -3. Colorado moving on up. They're on a 2-game winning streak. The British Bangers of Orin are In 9th place at 1-3, the Corpus Christi Crowbats and CJ are in 10th place, 1-3 with a -9 differential. And then Birmingham and Boston bringing up the rear. Cornman taking over for Birmingham. Boston will be taken over by Hobbs. Run from it, fear from it, but nothing changes. Hobbs is here, and Hobbs is the interim general manager as well as Cornman for those teams. And they've been told they can make some changes. They're free to add, drop, make waiver claims, talk around, get some trades. So that is that. But Johnner, you said you're not worried about like stats. You're just worried about wins. You're here to win. Who is your biggest opponent? Who's your biggest competition? If you have competition.
I mean, you have to, it's the one team to beat me. Like, come on, like that's the only person who can reasonably say they've been competition.
That's fair. Like I
can't take that away from them.
I was teeing you up to either be irrationally confident or at least give respect to AW and the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Whenever we get the run back, whenever it happens, I'll prove that I don't have competition again. But at the moment, I gotta speak how it is.
AW.
We get a run back. I might just bring Sneasler only.
You know what?
He's ready this time. He'll be ready.
You bring honestly, you bring all Sneasler. I want you.
We'll find out.
I'll just bring all Explosion and then win because you cheated.
Didac, do you have any?
Beat that, wouldn't it?
You would, yeah. Didac, do you have any questions for Johnner?
Yeah. I mean, this has kind of been the question of the night. Just because we're getting to the halfway point next week. You've got a pretty, I wouldn't say an easy matchup. You've got an unknown matchup next week against Birmingham. We know what the team can do, but we got an interim GM coming in. Past that, your schedule 3 out of the 5 weeks in that second half seems to be almost a cakewalk, especially with we'll see what I can do for you on week 9. But as we look at the standings now, it's all bottom of the standings teams for those. What are your thoughts going into the second half of the season?
I'm excited to see what our new GMs bring. Cornman will be interesting if how much of a change they do. Because as is, I feel like my team is I can basically bring anything to counteract everything. There's nothing really on it that scares me too much. I mean, the scariest Pokemon looking at it is Chi-Yu and Ursaluna. I feel like I can cover those pretty well. If they change things up, looking at what's out there, again, I think I got pretty lucky in terms of just drafting not a lot of pokes, but solid pokes.
You got a lot of pokes. Got a lot of pokes, pal. Just Iron Valiant. We didn't get to see the power of Iron Valiant as much as we were hoping to. At least I'll say I was. But, I still was able to scare off Walking Wake.
Week 9.
Yeah.
You want to see Iron Valiant? Week 9. For this week? Yeah. Iron Valiant, there's just it didn't get to come into the things that really does well against. Boring Moon was dead at that point.
Yep.
I would say, I'll for those who don't know, the teams that I'm coming up against who look at my team and don't know what to do, I don't have safe switch-ins. When it comes to my team, that's what you gotta look after. I don't have a safe switch-in. If I switch in the middle of an attack, I'm probably gonna die.
There's a lot of there's not a lot of bulk per se. I mean, we saw with you put the assault vest on Samurott, and even taking a resisted hydro steam, it still did a chunk of damage. And it's like, that's That shouldn't be like like
Yeah, that was a
if
that
you-
was a
It was in the
insignificant amount
sun.
of
but no,
not
but
insignificant amount of
yeah,
damage.
you're like, okay, it's taking it's a water type into a water type assault vest. Okay, shouldn't have been scary amount, but then turns around. You got it not a lucky, but a fortunate crit on the switch in for Volcanion and kind of forced Burger's hand a little bit, but overall great game. Johnner, of the games you saw today, which game? Not even which game. Which general manager impressed you the most?
Orin.
Not even a
Because
question.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you built if you built the team and said these are the Pokemon you're using, and he didn't even talk to you about it. You just say here you go. He had to use them. Just because you're given gold doesn't mean you can make money with it.
That's right.
He was given what he was given, and still put up a hell of a fight.
Absolutely. Well, Johnner, congrats on 3-1. Congrats on defeating the undefeated, or previously undefeated, San Antonio Sveal, and showing everybody that the Sveal they are not as fallible, or infallible as they thought. I really think if they would have brought rain, it would have been a much more difficult matchup. But I still think you were set up for either. But it would have been a lot different to see. And if there was a couple predicts on his like I don't know if you remember, but on the play where he went for the Earthquake with Roaring Moon to knock out your Samurott. I don't know if you remember what move you were gonna go with, but I feel like it wouldn't have been if he had just set up once. One Dragon Dance, he's outspeeding everything, and he's gonna have a plus attack. And even if he's
I'm fairly certain I went for the Sacred Sword.
Oh, okay, then smart. Okay, good coverage. Okay, smart to punish. All right, so you're good. I wasn't sure if you remembered what you went with, but
there's nothing to like.
No,
I mean, the
there's
only
no-
switching I could have done was Landorus, but then like you said, I was the setup, and then
yeah, and then
I think I still would have outsped with Electrode.
It
maybe
was close if I remember here. It's
and the Intimidate would have reduced
so
the
399. No, he would have outsped with one.
So there was no reason to do it.
No. Also, so thank you, Johnner. Good luck next week against Cornman. Cornman, good luck to you in your first matchup. Also, good luck to Hob in his first official DSPL matchup. Actually, let's take a look at that schedule, and we'll take a look at who the Pokemon of the week, who I deemed the Pokemon of the week were. We've got Cambridge taking on. Talking about going into the fire for the new guys. Hob taking on Cambridge. Cornman taking on Johnner. We've got the Pig's Eye Pig Knight taking on Colorado. So that is two and two teams taking on each other. They're tussling. A lot of T's in that. Aussie and Arizona. Talk about A's now. Aussie and Arizona. AW is going to have to tackle the Trick Room, which again, if Marcus played it a little differently, we're talking about a 3-1 Aussie team, and it's like, whoa, okay, what the hell's going on here? We got most of the league is like, I was sitting here, in my little preview, I'm like, we're going to start finding out who's contenders and who are pretenders. Meanwhile, there have been like 6 teams that are fucking 3-1. It's like, Jesus Christ. The British Bangers will take on Corpus Christi in a battle of 1 and 3 teams. So we're going to get somebody at 2 and 3, and continue for both teams to build off the momentum they have. San Antonio does not get any easier. They're taking on Minnesota, and that might be one where I'm like, Bask, you got to come in. If you end up winning, you need to come in and talk your shit, because Bask is new to competitive Pokemon. Burger clearly has a vision and knows. I mean, he's 3-1. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. So if Minnesota wins, then Bask has to talk his shit. I told him the same thing if he beat AW. If he beat AW, he'd have to come on and talk his shit. And then Birmingham hosting Long Island. I don't know which one will be the premium matchups. I don't want to repeat San Antonio for a fourth time, for a third time in 5 weeks. I am looking at that Cambridge Boston with you know, a little bit of the New England flair to it. Also looking at Pig's Eye in Colorado as well as a potential premium matchup. So I'll figure that out. Take a look at the stats real quick. Your knockout leader still Lycanroc Dusk, Roaring Moon, King Gambit, Tornadus Therian getting 3 knockouts this week, getting it up there at 4th with 7 plus the 2 statuses this week. Good for them. Great week for them. Sneasler, Clawitzer each having 6. Landorus, Kilowattrel, Electrode, Hisuian, and Noivern all having 5. So that'll round out your top 10 there. Leaders in statuses, I think nothing changed there. Clodsire, Toro, Blaze, Paldean, Tauros added 1 to close the gap a little bit. Gallade getting a status, or having 3. Tornadus Therian getting 2, so jumping up there. And then Gyarados, Toxapex, Torkoal, Volcarona getting a knockout on its first status. Amoonguss still there. Miss Magus. Cresselia didn't get one. Murkrow got 1. That's what you need Murkrow for. And Volcanion getting the poison this week as well. Hazards, we do still have Clodsire at the top, but Samurott and Toxapex are coming. Ting Lu also coming up fast. Primeape still at 3. And I don't Sudowoodo getting 2, including a knockout off of one of theirs. And Tinkaton getting their first hazard. And Rapska takes the lead with 3 field assists because of getting the Trick Room up to end the game for the Cambridge Clodsires against the Pig's Eye. So that's the stats. We're looking at that. Again, the leaders all get named at the end, so we keep that in the record books so everybody can recognize that. Free agency, we're getting a little excited. I'm getting a little excited because we got general managers talking about looking at making some moves, seeing what's out there. Oren was talking about getting a special attacker, maybe dropping Flareon, picking up a special attacker. There's some options out there. There's Galarian Articuno's out there. You could get there's Scovillian's a special attacker, especially if we're going to start playing in the sun as much. I think I'm looking at. Maybe Heatran is the thing. Heatran is out there. Heatran is out there, and Heatran can be got by Boston. Boston has 16 points in cap, so they can outright get anybody from Espathra down, and with some options, dropping some Pokemon can maybe even pick up a Namorous or Baxcalibur. Birmingham can make some moves as well, pick up some Pokemon. Anybody can. There's a lot of good Pokemon out there. I'll say it. There's a lot of good Pokemon out there. So let's real quick. Let's take a look at the Pokemon of the week. Sneasler got spoiled there a little bit. We're going to lead off with Meowscarada. Meowscarada had 3 knockouts this week. Just really good play. Really strong play from Oren. But Meowscarada getting 3 knockouts. Tied for second most this week. Noivern had the most with 4. Just really good stuff. Landed a very clutch Hurricane on the Rillaboom for its 4th one. Did a lot of damage. Good to see that like Basque is not just relying on a single Pokemon like Lycanroc Dust. Like Lycanroc Dust has 9 kills or 9 knockouts, but Noivern has 5. So it's like, good for them. Tornadus Therian getting 3 knockouts this week. The Hurricane getting the confusions this week were huge. The Swift having 3 knockouts as well from Long Island, Hisuian Electrode, the Terra Fairy. Caparage getting 2 knockouts, as well as Sneasler getting 2 knockouts for Arizona. That's your top 6. I don't know which way I'm going to figure out the top 5 for the recap video, but that is your team. I think I can play this team in OU, right? No one's breaking it. Too long. Okay. So I just have to change the name. Okay. Get Sneasler. Look, it was competitive. Like Lando could have got there. Iron Moth could have been there. Kilowattrel could have been there. There was room to argue. Like I didn't want to. Like I could have included Clawitzer, but that technically was week 3, so I didn't want to include it because it's technically week 3. So Beklawitzer could have been up there. They had 3 knockouts in their game, so tough stuff for some people, but I'm excited where we're going with this league. I'm excited that general managers are thinking about their teams. I'm excited about general managers asking for advice from other general managers. A lot of friendly advice to be had if you're a new general manager like Korn or Hob. If you're wondering what people are doing, we got a paste sheet, which as I will get off of stream, I will finish updating it so that it will have all of week 4's replays and team sheets to look at. And yeah, it's good times ahead. We got week 5 next week. We will be finishing the first half of the season. We won't have like a week break. I had thought about it, but I looked at my like class schedule and it's just easier. It's just easier if we get if we get it done before on the 12th. It's a lot easier for me class wise. So,
yeah. No, whatever's you're the commissioner. Whatever's easier.
Yeah.
You're the one who decides.
That's true. You're right. I am the one who decides. That's it. Playoffs start next week now. But yeah, I'm liking. Like I said, we've got 4 teams at 3-1, 3 teams at 2-2. Like we've got tight race. Where we'll be in a month from now. In November, we'll be leading into the final stretch of the regular season. So as of right now, you're looking at a playoffs of Cambridge, San Antonio with the byes, Minnesota, Arizona, Long Island, and Pig's Eye in the first round in some ways. So Bass coming in just to
Ow.
Yeah, just to be loud. There it is again. Hey Bass.
Sorry.
All good. Yeah, but that'll do. Hey, Bask, congrats on your win. I'm gonna ask you like 2 questions before we head out here.
Yeah, you're good. I literally was like just pulling up the stream on YouTube just to go back to watch my part of it. So like perfect timing.
Congrats to your win.
Thank you.
How did it feel to have Neuvern be your sweeper this week?
Dude, I literally set everything up for a Primeape lead, and then when Primeape didn't come out on the lead, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't. He wasn't on the team.
He wasn't even on the team at all.
I'm sitting in the office, and I had already thought it out, so I just clicked with Neuvern without even looking at his team, and I was like, yeah, no, Primeape's coming out, go for it, because I had checked, and I was like, he led with Primeape the last 2 weeks, so I was like, I just expected it. And I put it on, I looked at my screen and I saw there wasn't even a Primeape on this team, and I was like, well, okay, unfortunate, but hey, we got through it.
I mean, boy, did you get through it.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I was like, dog, is he about to 6-0 him with Neuvern? Like, is anybody else?
I really thought that might, like, we were getting dangerously close to that
Very
happening.
close. It was very close. It wouldn't have happened just because Donphan had Sturdy.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole time I was sitting there, I'm like, is it gonna be like 5-0? Like, and only because Donphan went last.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting as you face more. Like you're facing Burger next week.
Yeah, no, there's a 90% chance I just get curb stomped next week.
I mean, look, you didn't get curb stomped that bad against AW, and no disrespect to Burger, I think AW's team is harder to play against. Like you just gotta be like, all right, who works in the rain or who works in the sun? Okay, cool, I'll bring them. Like, we just saw Johnner go, I'm gonna murder the turtle, and then he can't set the sun up again. Like that's it. Like
yeah, there's gonna be a lot of homework from me this week. There's gonna be a lot.
And look, you got Didac has said this. I have said this. Plenty of people have said this. There are plenty of resources in the league, from the season 1 team sheets to look at what how your opponent have built their team. Like it includes their IV spreads as well, so you can see, okay, cool. Like, all right, so they change up a little bit here or there, or okay, they don't change anything up. All right, cool. And then you can go in and do calcs on the calculator on the website, which I if it's not linked, I'll link it.
I think it is
to include like, okay, cool. Like, all right, well, what do I need to do for like, does this kill? So you can do the calculation before you even come to the game and don't have to worry about, okay, is it a roll? But there's people around to ask questions. There are videos on the YouTube. hint, hint to people watching this on YouTube. They go watch the previews and watch the reviews. Obviously, I didn't have a week 4 preview or a week 3 review. I was very busy this week. I'm hoping to have a week 4 review and a week 5 preview. But they have a lot.
Those have been great, by the way.
It's me trying to help people. Like maybe you're not able to, like maybe just busy or whatever. But it's like, oh hey, like maybe I'll run this. Like I've said this several times, but if you remember to make Jolteon a Terra Captain in Ice, and you just don't run a choice specs, and you run like Life Orb, or
I've just been failing to run an Terra Captain the entire time.
And look, it's working for you.
It's just not advisable.
Like Johnner said, Terra Captains are for chumps.
But I do use them.
But like it's been working for you, and as like you're playing with house money, that as you are learning, and as everybody else, other general managers are learning competitive Pokemon. Like, yeah, you're very fortunate because you're like, oh, I have a very easy strat. I'm going to just pick strong, fast Pokemon and click the boom button. That's it.
I made it wildly simple on myself.
And really, that's all it is. If you don't have to, if it kills, it kills. If it doesn't kill, my Pokemon dies, and I bring out a Pokemon that kills that Pokemon. Okay, like I've seen your game plan.
Exactly.
I've seen your.
It's not. It's very much not. It's not a. It's not a. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not very complicated. No. Like it's very straightforward. It's like, hey man, everyone knows. Like this is just how it's gonna go.
Yeah. Although you did for Colorado, you did have Drill Run as an option for the Zapdos, which would not have worked.
Yes.
But you learn. Hey, we learn.
Yep. Life goes on. Life goes on.
Before I get to my question, Didek, do you have any questions? Or you have a question for Bask?
First off, Bask,
can you have a Didek unmute? Oh wait, no, I have a mute. Why do I have?
Why do you have me muted?
Why do I have Didek? Why do I have a mute?
What the fuck?
Give me one sec. Hold on.
Bask said.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
No. The Minnesota contingent has never been weaker.
Why? No. Why does it say muted? It shouldn't say muted.
He doesn't have it muted. He's just being.
Oh, I bet it was from like a. Oh, hold on there. Okay, there we go. Now I can hear you. Look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
I'm sorry about that. I must have been from like one of the wrestling streams or something. I just muted everybody.
The Midwest Coalition is so down bad, man. It's
sorry about that.
God damn.
Hey, leave me out of this.
First question, Bask, is how are you dealing with this current heat wave we're having?
Dude, I was at a thing today. I was at an event, right? And for whatever reason, the AC at the event was just not cooperating. So we had a 40 by 10 space, 10-foot space full of about 30 people, and it was hotter than Hades in there all day. It was so hot.
Yeah, I went fishing today and like called it quits at like noon.
Oh yeah, no, it was not fun.
These guys come for the Pokemon, stay for the Midwest weather report.
Yeah, so stay for the
Midwest. Yep, it's always the how's the weather? Again, looking ahead at the schedule, you got San Antonio next week. You got Long Island the week after that. And then your schedule is pretty much easy pickings. And then we have our duel at the end of the season. What are your thoughts going into the second half of the year?
I won't lie to you. I'm wildly confused as to how again, it's a very, very easy thing. I'm just gonna make my Pokemon as fast as possible and as strong as possible and just click like 3 buttons and hope to win. I am really surprised at how successful it's been. Because when I first thought of the team, I DM'd a couple people who know way more about this than I do. And I was just like, hey, I'm making a full glass cannon team. Is this even viable? And they're like, yeah, I mean, it might be, it might not. And I mean, it's gotten me a lot further than I expected so far. I think I'm 3-1, I think.
You are so 3-1, yes.
I'm pretty happy with it.
All right, good. Hey, that was actually my question. So instead, I'll have to find a new question. How are you heartbroken by the news? Have you heard the news yet, Bask?
It depends on what the news is.
Have you heard the news that your mentor and coach and is now a.
Is stepping into the ring.
He's stepping in. Hob is taking over.
He like allegedly. Now this is allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly. Let me know about this like 3 days ago, and I was like, oh, okay. Cool. I like allegedly. He said. Also, no insider scoops. Fair enough. We got it. Understood. So yeah, no, he did tell me about that.
Hats off to Bass for keeping that one under covers.
Oh yeah, no, lips were sealed though.
What the fuck is happening to this league?
I can't add him Schefter in.
But yeah, no. Well, it's not like Hob can't help you. Like I say this all the time. Like I know I volunteer AW, but I also will volunteer Hob and Pat and myself and John, like and Bert. Like I'll volunteer everybody in the league.
Like we're all competing, but it's also like we're just also trying to have fun and kind of thing.
There's nothing but I can help you make a team for Gen 4. That's true. Johnner can. That's about it. Johnner's still learning the new gen, so which is funny that Johnner is playing Corpus Christi's team is like very much Gen 4 team.
Yeah,
it's very funny. But yeah, so the what was my question? I don't remember. Oh no. Yeah, next week you're facing Burger.
Yes.
Right? You said you're gonna be Mollywop, but legitimately, what do you expect from yourself next week?
I genuinely, as long as I can play it close, like that's all I need. I just need to play it close. And if I can, I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen a ton of Burger's team. I do have to do a lot of research this week.
Okay.
Just putting together. I didn't hear what
he's running the same team every week. You watch any of his battles?
What did I miss?
Hey, Bask does the same thing. To be fair, they both just run the same team.
Well, good. He doesn't need to watch
What did I
his
miss?
team.
Did someone say something?
He doesn't know what to expect. He's ran the same mons.
Nah, no way.
Bask has John are muted.
I was gonna say, does Bask?
You're muted to mother.
Hey, while you're unmuting Johnner, do you have me muted too?
That is
Oh
hilarious.
no, I can hear you.
That is
I have
hilarious.
you and
Beat Burger's ass.
He couldn't.
I'm trying. Okay, I have Johnner unmuted now. Golly, I had everyone muted.
He had.
You don't know what to expect. He's run the same team 4 weeks in a row.
Did he run the same team?
He's run the same team.
Yeah, I appreciate that Johnner had the exact same level of enthusiasm for both of them.
I hope you build around his same team, and I hope he brings Pelipper. I fucking pray you build around Torkoal. You just.
Nah, that shit's hilarious. That's the fact.
I'm so sorry.
Me and AW both were like, I hope when Johnner gets unmuted, he brings the exact same energy. And knowing my pal Johnner, that was never in doubt. Never in doubt that he was going to bring the same energy.
Please, new GMs, don't be like this. Please.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a good lesson that I'm learning live on air.
There's like a solid 3 teams that just bring the same team every week.
No, the thing is, I'm like, man, this is working. I don't know. Like, I'm just like,
but that's,
if it was like, hey, if I'm 2-2, like, hey, man, I'm making changes. But I'm 3-1 right now. I gotta play the hot hands, you know.
That's not the point.
Bask is such a Minnesota sports fan. He's like, I lost 4-0, but it's working.
It's working. The system is there, man.
But he just won 4-0. Like that's the thing is like his average. The game is either 4-0 or he's got
Like the same team. That's fine. But to sit there and say I don't know what to expect.
Look.
Am I the drunk one? Hello?
I'm giving Lycanroc the ball every single down. Okay, I just like it's working. He's getting 6 yards a pop.
6
I'm not
yards
gonna
in a cloud of dust, baby.
You know? Yeah.
6 yards in a cloud of dust.
You did not watch that Hey Arnold episode if that's what you're doing.
All right. I'm
coming from inside the house.
Let me sign off for the league here, and then we can continue our debauchery and good goose.
I will.
For myself, Sandy J, my color commentator, Didac stepping up when Sandy needed the good sleeps, and all my general manager pals, Oren, Johnner, Bask, AW, Cornman, who you heard there for a brief second. Thank you all for hanging out and being a part of this. Thank you all for partaking and being enthusiastic about this. Next week, we will have, we'll probably, fingers crossed, 6 games and I'll have to figure out how to space that into about a 4-hour stream properly because we barely made it. We barely made it with 5. And if Oren, we have Oren taking on Corpus Christi, so Oren will probably make that game at least 45 rounds. So I just know it's so funny. Turtle. But hey, I mean, Minnesota versus San Antonio might be an under. I appreciate, like, it balances out. Basque and Oren's games combined for, an average of 20, the average of 20, which is good. So
Exactly.
I appreciate it. For the league, I am Grumm. I am the commissioner and host of the DSPL, and I appreciate all of you for watching, all of you for battling, all of you for liking and subscribing on YouTube, liking or following on Twitch. I've been out of it. All the support. Follow me on Twitter at I am Grumm, where I post nonsense about nonsense. Patreon.grumm.tv, support.grumm.tv. That's the Patreon. There we go. You can be like the GMs. The GMs, they hang out here and talk. You can do that as a patron, and you can also partake in the debauchery and whatnot. What else? What else do we have? I don't think we have anything. I don't think I have anything else to plug. I think that's it. Yeah, maybe I'll probably post my college work that I'm working on. I'm very proud of it. I literally just did a PSA about picking up dog poop, and did it from the perspective of the dog, and I think I knocked it out of the park. Also, my professor complimented me to the students success civics centers thing. I don't know, but I got an email from my advisor saying that my professor was talking about how good I am, so I'm scared. I don't know if that's a good. I feel like that is a good thing, but I am scared of what that could mean. Because then they'll be like, "Oh, could you want a tutor?" I'll be like, "No,
You're getting too good. He's got to take you down."
I'm 31. I don't have time to tutor. I got grown ass shit to do. Sorry. Unless it's paying pretty well. It's not. It's community college. But yeah, thank you guys. I might stream on Tuesday. I want to do a little bit of some showdown battles with the top teams from the weeks. Potentially make a video out of that, talk about how viable some of these teams are and probably aren't, because they're all sweepers. So it is.
Can't wait to get roasted.
Can't wait to get roasted. But yeah, I appreciate it all. Check out Didac on Twitch, twitch.tv/Didac_RE, who does some streams of his practice. Don't watch him if you're his opponent. Brazilian Fairy, don't watch him. Don't watch him. Well, you can. Who cares? Go ahead, watch him. But does some breakdowns. We'll be looking at the Week 4 slate and talking about it and whatnot. Doing that. Are you doing that on tomorrow or Tuesday?
Probably be tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow, Monday. Tomorrow it's
Oh, that came over the mic. I'm sorry.
12 Eastern.
10 Eastern.
10 Eastern. I couldn't remember if it was. I knew it was one of the even ones. 10 Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. I don't know. Your local listings. Check your local listings. Didac.
Check your local listings.
Doing some week reviews and looking at his team for next week and ahead of his matchup. Johnner doesn't stream, but you can find Johnner twitch.tv/JHONNER1223. And that's it. Check out Basque. Is a future film study guy on Twitch. If he ever gets around to it,
it'd be fun.
I mean it genuinely. That would be a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, thanks.
And AW doesn't do content. Cornman, you'll find Cornman at your local piercing shop getting his septum done.
Yes.
Yep.
With Basque.
Repeat offender.
Thank you all. I will see you all, if not sometime this week. I will see you all next Sunday, same time, 8 Eastern on YouTube and on Twitch, on grumm.tv, in the Discord as well. We'll be doing this between now and then. I want you guys to do a couple things. Be good to yourselves. Be nice to the people around you. Do something kind and simple and do is just do something kind and nice for a stranger. Just hold the door open for them. Give them space at the checkout line. Don't be on their ass. Don't be breathing down their neck. Just be courteous. Be nice to some strangers. Also wear a mask. It's you should have never stopped really, but if you did, because you're like, oh, it's put your mask back on. Just be safe.
Yeah, nasty times out there.
Went to the Hosier concert, and one of few people wearing masks in our area. Me and Katie were. So, but hell of a time. And wash your hands while we're at it. Nasty times, like Bass said. Wash your hands, wash your ass, and don't be a Basque. Wash your calves.
Man.
Look, I say it every week. You're just
No, I know you're good.
You're here for it this time.
God, Baskin Pyre.
Yeah,
Spirits.
yeah, they're just not they're refusing to wash their
Matt
calves.
Pat said not to. Matt Pat said not to.
But fuck Matt Pat. I don't even know who that is. I do know who it is. I'm just doing. And remember, it is not enough to simply just be tolerant. You must be anti-intolerance. That's anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-homophobia, anti-transphobia, anti-bigotry in all forms. Be pro-love and be loud about it as well. I love you guys. I will see you all next week for week 5 in the Dork Side Pokemon League. Until then, stay mwah.